Welcome, everyone. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we get anybody. We got one right there. No, hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster. With me, as always, my trusty co-host, Jared. Jared, I'd ask how you were, but we had that conversation.
I'm fine now. I'm just hoping I stay fine.
Fingers crossed that you get a clean bill of health. It's a big mystery. Other than that, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to talking about this movie because it's just been a touchstone for us for the past several years, and I greatly enjoyed watching it last night. And I think it'll do me some good to keep my mind on that instead of whether or not my COVID test is going to come back positive. That's the mystery.
If a little, thing to put out there. There's a lot of people, especially with me living in Florida, a lot of people act like we're not in a pandemic anymore, and we are. So, wear a mask, folks. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. A bit of a switcheroo. Sort of going into last week, we thought this week we'd be talking about the film Black Swan, but we wanted to have some guests on for that, and so that wasn't happening. So we sort of pushed it further down the line. Now I've just found out that my timing for a trip I'm taking next month is going to push things even further down the line. So we'll see about when we finally get to that movie, because that also is a favorite of ours. But this week instead, we're going to do the next installment of our Revisited series, and we're talking about a little film that, this unknown director called, I don't know if you've heard Denis Villeneuve. He's made a couple big films over the past couple years, and right before that, he made a science fiction masterpiece that unfortunately precious few people went to go see in the theater. I know I was definitely one of them, and I guess I've never had that conversation with you. Did you go see it in the theaters?
Oh yeah. No,
okay.
We will talk about the theatrical viewing experience of this movie, which was one of the most overwhelming that I've ever had. So,
so in case I'm not sure if I said the title of the movie yet, we were talking, of course, about Blade Runner 2049, the long-awaited sequel to the 1982 original directed by Ridley Scott. It's so amazing because, I have a complicated relationship with Ridley Scott because he's made some of, in my opinion, some of the greatest films of all time, and then he's made some questionable decisions. But I've always, you've always heard me say that genius is what you get when you just swing for the fences, and sometimes you get a hit, sometimes you get a miss, and for me, Ridley Scott's hits just make him one of the great directors of all time, and particularly in the science fiction realm, where he did not just Blade Runner, but shortly before that, Alien, which for my money is just one of the greatest films ever made, bar none, period. And speaking of complicated relationships, I've always actually had one with the original Blade Runner, where I definitely acknowledge its place in the pantheon of great science fiction films, but I've always felt kind of at arm's length emotionally with the movie. And yet I can't help but appreciate its utter brilliance. I say that about being held at arm's length, but then usually when I watch it, by the time I get to the end of the film, I'm totally enraptured. So it's one of those weird experiences where I go into it feeling kind of removed from it, but then by the time Roy Batty is, giving his speech at the end, I'm like, oh my God, this is just amazing. So, but I was really excited for this movie because I was a huge fan of Denis Villeneuve's Arrival, which again, one of the greatest science fiction films of all time, I think. And so when he was announced for this, I was like, oh, that's perfect. He's got just the right sensibility for a Blade Runner sequel. And as soon as I saw the first teaser, which is mostly Ryan Gosling walking into the hotel / casino in in deserted Las Vegas, and then the appearance of Harrison Ford's character, I was like, oh my God, this is so Blade Runner, and it looks even better. And sure enough, when I finally saw the movie, I was just so awash with emotions, and I cried at the end, and I walked out of the theater not unlike a lot of people I recall saying who were around to see the original film in theaters, that the world felt slightly different when I walked outside of that theater. So yeah, like I cannot hide my love and affection for this movie. I think it feels like an understatement for me to say it's one of the greatest science fiction films ever made. I think it's one of the greatest films ever made. And while you and I have both talked about how, blown away we were by Dune, especially, part two, still I don't think there's, in the Denis Villeneuve filmography, I don't think there's any supplanting this as like the one that I just hold so near and dear to my heart. And even though it shares a lot of sensibilities with those films, it feels very different as well. This movie is like a tone poem, and and it's like you're either in for the ride or you're not. Because I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but for me, I'm just like, oh my God, inject this into my veins.
Yes, it is truly a magnificent experience, both visually and narratively, and just a very unique and special film. Even though it is, it is a sequel. It's in itself to a beloved classic in its own right. And I think it's okay to have a relationship with the original Blade Runner, because Blade Runner has a complicated relationship with itself. As anyone who knows about the 7 different versions of it that exist out there. And I think that's part of the reason that, even though I do really love the original Blade Runner, it's not a film that I've held as close to my heart as some others, even in the science fiction genre. I'm obviously a big Star Wars guy. I love the Alien franchise. As Mother Roy points out, Ridley Scott made Sigourney Weaver a human superhero, and we thank him for it. Yes. And with an assist from James Cameron, of course. I would say that. But the thing about Blade Runner is I think it's a film that I always, when I first saw it, I admired it more than I loved it, And I think also part of it was that the first version I saw was the version with the voiceover, which I'm not as big of a fan of. But now I've, of course, seen the final cut, which is considered the definitive version of the movie per Ridley Scott. It's the one that he finally had total control over. But the thing is that, I also saw it later in life, so I wasn't going to have that kind of immediate shock to my system. But watching it visually, I can see how it had a monumental impact on everything that came after. And of course, that Blade Runner famously was also like not the biggest financial success in the world. But so the point is, all that is to say, when I heard that they were making a sequel to Blade Runner, my reaction was, cool, that looks good. And then once I heard that it would be Denis Villeneuve, who I'd seen some of his films, particularly the film Incendies, and then Sicario and Arrival. You know, I thought he was a good choice for the material, but I was just, again, more intrigued than anything. And then I started to see the trailers, and I'm like, well, this looks visually incredible. But, you know, I wasn't exactly sure about what story we were getting. And I very deliberately tried not to spoil myself on the story. I did know that, you know, Harrison Ford would be returning as Deckard, but it seemed clear that, you know, this was the era where he was also coming back to Star Wars and coming back to Indiana Jones. And I wasn't exactly sure how big of a role he would play in it, because it was made extremely clear that Ryan Gosling would be the lead of this movie and that he would be a new character. So I went into the theater not, you know, like expecting a cool movie, but, you know, not really ready to be completely emotionally knocked on my ass, which is what this movie did to me. There are different narrative points throughout this movie that we will talk about them, where I just could feel it leveling up, where I could feel myself getting more and more drawn into the emotion, like emotionally invested in the story. And every time I thought we had reached that level, they found another one. And there's one twist in particular, near around the 2-hour mark, that completely floored me and made me realize I was watching something totally special. And once we got to the end and I walked out of the theater, I was kind of in a little bit of a nirvana, which is not often a common reaction I have after seeing movies. I mean, like I definitely have like warm joy and affection in my heart whenever I see a movie as part of a franchise I love, particularly a Star Wars or a Lord of the Rings movie. But in this case, the feeling I would describe more than anything else was awe. It has been rare that I've been so awed by a movie, because I could not believe that this movie had gotten made, frankly, and that it was as rich and complex and as layered and as visually stunning as it was. And my overwhelming reaction was, and this is somewhat facetious, but it's, you know, it was true. I was basically like, I have beheld the god of cinema, and his name is Denis Villeneuve. That reaction is not necessarily sustained but I was so overwhelmed by it, because the power of the story and the beautiful visuals and Roger Deakins' cinematography and Hans Zimmer's music and all of it. And I was so attached to that feeling that I didn't want to mess with it. So I actually only saw this in theaters once. I kind of regret that, because in retrospect, this movie probably could have used a little bit more box office support. But the fact that it got made at all, it now feels like such a gift, because, you know, I'm sure creatively, this movie is a triumph. Financially, It was unfortunately considered something of a disappointment, if not a failure. And even Denis Villeneuve has kind of talked about the fact that, like, maybe perhaps, you know, I was not right to go back and mess with the original. And I'm like, oh, no, you are wrong about that, sir, because this movie, frankly, for me, I know it will be controversial to some who love the original. I think this movie is superior to the original in almost every way. And the fact that, you know, I'm sure that Warner Brothers and maybe has some regrets for their financial line of sponsoring this, but I can tell you they should not, because this movie stands very tall, and now that it's out in the world, they can't take it away from us anymore. So it will always be considered a classic of the genre, in my opinion. And while, for instance, we sometimes have our frustrations with the Oscars, I was very pleased that this movie ultimately got 5 nominations and won 2, including the long-awaited triumphant Oscar for the cinematography legend Roger Deakins. So it's a movie that holds a special place in my heart. It was easily my favorite movie of 2017, even in the year when the Star Wars movie came out. And it is one of my favorite movies in recent memory. Top best of the decade stuff.
Yeah, you're going to say, well, Warner Brothers can't take it away from us. Well, no, because we have it on physical media.
Yes. Not that they would try, you know.
No, I wouldn't put it past them now.
David Zaslav, don't you come for this.
If this was a movie that was only available on streaming, you know by now he would have he would have buried it. Yeah, it is one of those that I'm like, I don't care that, like, I really, you know, and yeah, we have the arguments about, well, yeah, but it would have been good for films of this kind and et cetera, et cetera. But really, in the aftermath of it, I don't care that it wasn't a commercial success for my own self, because, hey, Denis still got to go to make Dune, which has been an outrageous success for him. So I'm very happy about that. This is one of those things, like you said, it's shocking that it exists, and I'm just so happy that it does, because the fact that it didn't have like an immediate follow-up, at least in cinemas, that it gets to kind of stand on its own, is kind of beautiful, because much in the same way of the original film, like I think this is a movie that's going to age beautifully, and it's going to be recognized in the pantheon of great science fiction films. And there is a forthcoming Blade Runner television series, which takes place many, many, many years after this one. And I'm really happy that things kind of unfolded that way, because I would have hated for an immediate follow-up to the events of this movie, because I don't think that's nearly like as exciting a prospect as, you know, as either letting this stand on its own as a singular piece, or doing what they're doing, which is kind of moving on to new territory. Because, yeah, and we'll talk about this more as we get towards the end of the movie, but the tee up for this film is that there's going to be looks like there's going to be a war between humans and replicants, but that's not the stock that Blade Runner trades in. There's a very specific reason why, like, that's not what the emotional ending of this movie is. And so I'm fine with, as a film, that this just sort of stands, as its own brilliant piece of work. And so the fact that it wasn't a financial success doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, as far as, just appreciating this film. And it's why this movie is like a textbook example of why I look and I'm like, as a culture, we need to stop this obsession with what the opening weekend numbers were, and, and sort of clickbait headlines and all that. And Denis, you need to stop, with that sort of down talking yourself. I know you heard what Ridley said about, maybe he thought it was too long. Guess what? Ridley Scott is not the same director that he was, back in the 1980s making Blade Runner. So, like, I love him, but you should trust your gut. You did, and you made the film you wanted to make. And if anybody, like, if anybody made you doubt for a second that you made one of the most brilliant pieces of cinema ever created, then shame on them, and don't even think about that for a second. If I ever meet Denis Villeneuve and I get to do some kind of like interview or something, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna shout from the hills how much of a masterpiece this film is, because he deserves to feel very proud of
Yeah. And to be clear, this movie still made like $277 million at the worldwide box office, which for a 2 hour and 45-minute, slow burn sci-fi film is pretty damn good. It's just that, obviously for the movie to look as good as it does, it cost quite a bit of money, and it didn't make that back in terms of like marketing and such. But I don't consider the fact that this movie was a box office disappointment to be a stain on its legacy. I more just consider it unfortunate, because this is the type of movie that I think anyone who is a fan of this type of science fiction storytelling should see. And sometimes when a movie doesn't hit it big, people are inclined to write something like this off, and they should not. I do think that people who are pretty invested in the craft of cinema, appreciate what a technical marvel this movie is. But another thing is that I want people to engage with the deeper story of this film and not just be like, oh my God, it looks so pretty, from because it is a gorgeous movie. It is one of the best looking movies I've ever seen. And all credit to Roger Deakins and Denis Villeneuve and the visual effects team for that, and the production design team and everyone else. But, it is not a case of style over substance. If anything, like the fact that there is such incredible substance here and it has this level of style is what makes it like one of the more enduring classics of the genre for me, because what I love about this movie is the story. Yes, like there are the shots that everyone shares that are like some of the most gorgeous looking shots ever committed to screen, but that would just be and that's probably the most famous one right there, with Kay looking at the hologram of joy. But this movie wouldn't have that same enduring impact on me if the emotions behind like this scene weren't so raw and real and earned.
Yeah, obviously the names that get thrown around the most with this movie are obviously, and for good reason, Denis Villeneuve, Roger Deakins, but I also want to make sure to give a big shout out to the writers of the film, which include Michael Green, and a name that should be etched in everybody's mind forever, Hampton Fancher, who was one of the writers of the original Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Really the writer before, because they always have somebody come in after the fact and, adjust some things and add some things. But he was the main writer of the film. And it shows, because this is such a brilliantly crafted story that doesn't, and I don't want to go too far down this line because it'll sound like I'm bashing other movies, and that's not my intent. But it does say a lot that this is a truly original story. There's nothing about this film that is treading on old ground of the original film. It's a brand new story that wonderfully continues. What was started in the original, but it feels fresh and vibrant. And not only is the story itself, but like it's just so well written. Like the dialogue is amazing, and I to be clear, I've watched this movie like so many times I can't even count. But it has been a spell since I revisited it. So when I was sitting down to watch it this morning, and then just like those opening lines just between Kay and Sapper Morton, and the deliberate pace of the conversation they're having, and it's just like you can feel that this is a master class in writing, and I don't think anybody I don't think people have given enough credit to the film for that. Like, obviously it's a visual masterpiece. It's, Denis Villeneuve is, rightly acclaimed for his, direction across all his films, but this movie has so much wonderful and clever writing that it's fantastic. When Harrison Ford enters the movie and makes his entrance with that line from Treasure Island, "We'll have a piece of cheese, but would you, boy?" And it's just like, when I saw this movie, I was like, this just feels like an instant classic, and the writing is a huge part of that.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's as you said, this movie almost conserves a little bit more, is a companion piece in some ways, and then like a direct sequel to the original Blade Runner, because this film, the original Blade Runner was set in 2019. This takes place 30 years later in the universe of the film, and a lot of stuff has happened since the original Blade Runner. They actually cover some of that in these short films that Denis Villeneuve commissioned, one animated and two kind of live action.
Which, by the way, if people love this movie and you haven't seen the short films, they're on the guess what, Blu-ray, physical media. Give them a watch, because they're really great too.
Yeah, but and I just watched them this morning, and I do think that they enhance the story of the movie as well. But the thing is that this movie is very much grounded, in the world of the original Blade Runner, and the concept of replicants and ideas about what it means to be human, and that classic sci-fi, question that a lot of, robotic stories and stories about genetic engineering deal with. But in terms of direct connections to the original, they are, they're for the early part of the movie, there actually aren't a ton. There's the central mystery. But in terms of actual characters who carry over, Deckard himself does not show up until 1 hour and 45 minutes into this 2 hour and 45-minute movie, which is so good. It's so worth the wait. And we do hear him in archive footage before that. And then of course, and we get an early cameo from Gaff, from Edward James Olmos' character, but to be honest, that's his only scene. So it's kind of easy to overlook that. And then of course there's the big return that is only for one scene, but a very pivotal one, when the third character who comes back, and that was a major impact when that scene happened. But for the most part, this movie hinges on new actors and new characters, central to which is Ryan Gosling as Officer K, the lead of the film, and he is fantastic. I think this is my favorite performance of his.
Which, by the way, I do have to say really quick that I think that, I could be wrong, but I feel like I think Ryan Gosling got 2 Oscar nominations the year before and the year after this. And it has always annoyed the hell out of me, because this is just, I agree. I think it's his best work. And it's like, this is what he deserved a nomination for. And, which is not to say I haven't loved him in his other stuff too. The year before this, he was nominated for La La Land, and I adore him in that as well. But this is, I think, just his most challenging work. And, he has a very natural, Ryan Gosling charisma, that a lot of his other roles do trade in that a lot. And I feel like he had to do something much more difficult here, which there's a little bit of that there, but he's having to play something much more distant and removed, and while also carrying across this, he has such, it's funny, it's said in, that as a replicant that he has, that he doesn't have a soul, but everything about him, is counter that. You sense that this is a character with so much soul inside of him, and but but he's also but he's distant. Yeah, he's playing it sort of emotionally distant, except for when he's with Joy. Really, and and by the way, we will get to talking about Ana de Armas soon, because oh my, this is the first time I ever saw her in anything, and oh my God, what what an introduction. But no, Ryan Gosling just carries this movie to and it would be so easy to sort of, as a viewer, to get annoyed that we were promised Harrison Ford. Where's Harrison Ford? But Ryan Gosling just keeps you transfixed, throughout the film, so that really you're so engrossed with the story and with what his character is going through that when Deckard does show up, it's really just this beautiful complimenting to to this other character who we've really grown attached to, and it just makes it all the richer because we can't wait to see, not only to see Harrison Ford, but to see Harrison Ford interact with the K character. And it's such beautiful work.
Yeah, and this movie really, I mean, it is clearly unambiguously a star vehicle for Ryan Gosling. He's in almost every frame of the movie, but there are it also feels like an ensemble and Harrison Ford, yes, we have to wait a while for him, but once he shows up, you get some very substantive stuff to do.
And I want to hold off on getting too much into Harrison Ford yet, but I do want to say that I think that this is some of his absolute greatest work that he's ever done. Oh my God, what a powerhouse performance in a relatively short amount of time. But like you said, once he shows up, he just gets great stuff. So we'll talk about that soon. But I do want to talk about the rest of the ensemble, because oh my God, this cast is so amazing.
And obviously there are known and beloved actors here. We have Robin Wright, we have Wood Harris, we have Dave Bautista, Lenny James, Mackenzie Davis, Barkhad Abdi. But the big thing is that the three performances that really floored me are three performances by actors who I had not seen in anything before. Actually, I had seen Ana de Armas, I think, briefly in some other movie, War Dogs, but she hadn't left a major impression on me. This was really her breakout role. But there are two actors, Sylvia Hoeks and Carla Juri, who I had never heard of before, and it was just a shot of electricity, particularly for Sylvia Hoeks, that from the moment she came on screen, I was like, oh my God, who is that? And I just felt like that for the entirety of the movie, because I think, as great as Ryan Gosling is in this movie, I think Sylvia Hoeks may end up being his equal, because the intensity of what she does with this character of love is just spellbinding. And then Carla Juri, when she has a smaller role, but oh my God, is it emotionally impactful. And just the kindness and warmth and empathy that she gives in just, again, in only two scenes in the movie, but they're two of the most emotionally pivotal scenes. And, she's also at the heart of the mystery, as we'll discuss. But damn, again, I know that they're both, European actresses. Sylvia Hoeks is from the Netherlands and Carla Juri is Swiss. They've done a lot more television and theater, across the Atlantic. But again, I had never seen them in anything before this, and I was enthralled by them.
Sylvia Hoeks, love is really one of the, and oh my God, what a name.
LUV.
Especially for this character, a character who's simultaneously she's this mixture of a child and also the most terrifying creature you'll ever meet, where you're like, oh my god, she is going to so kill me. But you also love her as vicious as she can get. And I think, especially watching it again today, I was so overwhelmed with this deep sadness at, spoiler alert, at her death scene. It's just like, it's so horrifying. This, we will talk more about the scene overall later on, because oh my god, I think it's one of the great climaxes, in cinema. But just the way she, she fights to hold on to like every, last breath, and she's just amazing. And then like, because she's so like, proper and reserved until the, until that dark side comes out. And then like, that confrontation scene between her and Robin Wright, and she grabs her hand with the glass in it. I was like, oh dear God.
Yeah,
it's so vicious and so amazing. It's hard for me to like single out performances in this movie, but needless to say, like, she's just off the charts astounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, she is one of our two principal antagonists, and she's kind of the one who's a little bit more directly involved, because Neander Wallace, Jared Leto's character, only has, again, 2 scenes, but dear God, is he chilling. This is one of his best performances, too. But Sylvia Hoeks as Love, she is a foil for Kay in many ways from the moment they encounter each other, and they have this dynamic that could almost be construed as, there's an attraction there, but there's also a wariness there, and
things go differently. I think I honestly think that there's a version of this scene where they hook up afterwards.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I mean, but the thing is, also Kay is a committed man, as we see. He's very committed to Joy. But the thing is, from the moment that Love appears on screen, you mentioned that she has kind of a childlike quality to her, and they actually have talked about that, Denis Villeneuve and some of the creative team, when I watched the special features, where they really did. That was intentional. They framed her as like being like emotionally basically 12 years old, even though she's appears as a fully grown woman and is a vicious, when she has to be. But they also underline, the torture dynamic that she has with her boss, Wallace, who is also kind of her husband / father figure, and she doesn't know how to feel about any of that. And she knows she's a replicant, but she also knows that, she's kind of apart from them, because, as she says at the end, I'm the best one, and as Wallace tells herself, the best angel of all, aren't you, Love? And you can tell that, like, that's kind of the truth that she's clinging to, because everything else is just torture for her. But as you say, she keeps it very emotionally, level, except in the scenes where you can see a single tear rolling down her face. But it's why the scenes where, as you said, when the composure slips and she becomes terrifying and intense, like the confrontation that she has with Joshi. And that is something that Sylvia Hoeks brought to the table, just in her performance, because I remember watching her audition tape for the scene when she's reading, and she reads the line very straight. She's like, "You're so sure because they told you." And then in the movie, she's like, "You're so sure because they told you," with like a sing-song quality to it, and you're like terrified of her. And because you can see that she is like breaking in this moment. And that's even before, she was like screaming at her. And I was just like, that was the scene where I'm just like, oh my God, this is a fantastic performance. And of course,
this is why, like, This is when I always betray myself of, when I try and say, oh, the Oscars mean nothing. And then I get so emotionally upset about omissions. You talked about being very happy that the film did get 5 nominations, and I am. But dear God, this movie just deserved, like, like to be showered with nominations for like so many of its actors and like I said before, the script, everything. But that's the treatment of science fiction at awards most of the time. Yeah, it's that scene is like, and you mentioned when she screams at her, like that's that's the point always where like you have your volume set at a certain level when you're watching it, and then that just like that's the when she yells at her, like that's the point where if you're watching at night, you've just woken up all the neighbors because because she's yelling at the top of her lungs, and it's so good. It's just oh god, and this whole stream is just going to be me saying, oh, and this is amazing. This is fantastic. This is wonderful.
Yeah. And I like it'll be hard to go, in order because I know we'll want to jump around and just talk about things. But I really wanted to highlight that scene off the front because that dynamic where Sylvia Hoeks goes up against the legend Robin Wright and completely steals the scene. It just left such an impression on me. And again, the way she modulated her voice from the "You're so sure because he told you because we never lie," and I'm just like, what is she doing with this? This is like this is very terrifying, but also very alluring as well. But I do think that one way to kind of start off the discussion, if we want to go kind of get into like the meat of the story itself, is to talk about another incredibly impactful, like basically one scene performance that leaves a specter over the movie, and that is the opening scene where Kay faces off against Dave Bautista's Sapper Morton, because this, Dave Bautista is known to most of us. He had been a wrestler, then he became an actor with Guardians of the Galaxy, and he's great in those movies. And he's now, of course, since been on Dune. But like, this is the kind of intense performance that like you can tell that this guy is actually very committed to wanting to pursue these types of interesting character roles. And he had talked in the commentary before or the casting feature that I watched that this character was written as much older, and they thought Dave Bautista was too young for the part. But then they put him in some older makeup, and they let him rock. And frankly, I think that was a great choice because, given the nature of the replicants, this is a man who was created essentially as a brutal machine to fight a war, and has been a slave, and the experiences that he has gone through are, some of the most horrific that any living being could have endured. Kind of, you think back to Rutger Hauer's famous speech from the original Blade Runner, and Dave Bautista he may not have seen some of those beautiful things, but he has seen some shit, and he tells Gosling straight up to his face that this is why he is willing to essentially, as we find out later, let himself be killed in this scene, because he is protecting something that he finally found that was worth living for. And I think that it was just it's a magnificent opening scene. It's a magnificent performance, and it's it gives us the first real hammer moment when we realize that Kay himself is a replicant that is hunting his own kind, and that does wonders for setting up the tortured conflict of his character in the beginning. And it is a kind of a fun nod to the fact that in the original there's a big question that never gets fully answered of whether Deckard himself is a replicant. Here they're like, Kay is a replicant, and now let's follow what it means for him to be hunting down these older models, as he says. and it reflects love's conflict as well. And again, it's just such a rich opening sequence, even before we start to delve into the mystery of what's in the box.
Yeah, I just want to shower all the love in the world on Dave Bautista for this, because at this point, for myself, all I really knew him from was as Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy, which, I thought he's really fun in that, but this role showed me that, this is not just some wrestler turned movie star. This guy is an extraordinary actor, and ever since I saw him in this movie, he's been to me one of the most fascinating people to watch, to see the roles that he gets, and he's picked out some really good ones since. I love him in Glass Onion. As much as he's playing a sort of deplorable person, in that, he's so much fun to watch, and obviously he was in Dune as well. I thought he was great, but he does so much in such a very short amount of time in this film, and it has like these far-reaching, like his character sort of hangs over the film, and it's just. Oh my God, he's so amazing. But yeah, it's like when he walked in, I was like, I did not know this guy was capable of this kind of performance. Just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he, like, I mean, all credit to the superpowers powers of someone like, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, or John Cena, but like they've never done something like this. And he, because there's an intensity, there's an anger, there is a quiet sense of purpose in the way he approaches this interaction, even before like the larger secret of the mystery that he's protecting. You can tell that he is just like he is a man who like was always expecting this day to come, and he's prepared. And that's why, like, when Kay says, I'm sorry, it had to be me, and he just kind of quietly says, good as any. And it's like, he's preparing in that moment to try and fight for his life, but he also is fully prepared to die. And as we learn later in the movie, dying for the right cause is the most human thing that any of us can do. And Sapper believes that with every core fiber of his being, because, as he says, I've seen a miracle. And yeah,
I just looked up the dialogue from that opening scene. I just want to read some of it, because I think it starts the movie off on just like, because everything's so quiet for the first several minutes of the movie. Like, there's no dialogue, and you just see Kay land on the farm. He gets out, and Roger Deakins just gets to soar in these opening moments. And he walks in, and he's very quiet. He sits down. Sapper goes in. He sees sees the car. He sees the everything. He knows that he's one way or the other, he's got to face the music here. So he just walks in very calmly, and walks up to as we find out, the garlic that's heating up on the stove, and then you just hear Kay very politely say, "Hope you don't mind me taking the liberty. And I was careful not to track in any dirt." And Sapper goes, "I don't mind dirt. I do mind unannounced visits. You police? You Sapper Morton? Civic number, whatever the number is. I'm a farmer. I saw that. What do you farm?" "It's a protein farm. Wallace Design." And then he shows the worms. I for
Well, I
so,
mean,
some of the shooting script is a little different. So I'm reading off that it says, and Kay goes, "Is that what I smell?" It says, "Or is that just for me? Garlic." You know, it's
yeah,
just so like courteous and like
yeah,
they both know what's coming. Though Kay is kind of hoping that
yeah,
he'll go willingly, but it's just like building the tension
yeah.
throughout the scene, and the writing is just so great.
Yeah.
You know,
It is.
and
It is there's an undercurrent of stated, malice, even though they're being cordial to each other. And while this is not the most hilarious movie in the world, it does have one of the few great beats of comedy in this scene, where after having shown him the protein worms that apparently are saving Earth from extinction, and then he asks about the garlic, he's like, "Try some," and Ryan Gosling is just quietly like, "No, thank you." I would not want to try garlic flavored maggots either. I too would prefer to keep an empty stomach. But it's and that undertone current of malice, because we know that they're gonna fight eventually, like makes the tension that much more bearable, like unbearable. And then of course once they do start to fight, there's no like romanticism about it. It gets very brutal very quickly. When Kay is punching Sapper in the throat, and Sapper is throwing his through the wall, and we can see that these are enhanced beings who are like stronger than the average human, but the brutality that they're fighting each other with feels very much like a kind of
well, and I love it because obviously a big part of the legacy of the original Blade Runner film is Deckard a replicant,
yes,
and so this is dispensing with that right off the bat for this character. Kay is a replicant. All modern Blade Runners are replicants. So so it gets that out of the way. If you don't get it by Kay being, smashed up against the wall and then driven through it, and then still managing to beat the much bigger Sapper Morton to a bloody pulp, then you get it with, Sapper going, "How's it feel killing your own kind?" So it unambiguously tells the audience Kay is a replicant. And
mm-hmm.
and of course, and we'll talk a little bit later about this film really kind of teases us with the debate of Deckard himself. And it's so funny because I've heard people on both sides say that this film both affirms that Deckard is a replicant and affirms that he is not a replicant. And I just find that so funny. It's like, the ambiguity is still there.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful that way. But yeah, no. And the way Sapper just, in retrospect, you see that he sacrifices himself, and he basically forces Kay to shoot him. And because he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to lead Kay. He doesn't want to lead Kay to the others. And, and this is what he can do to keep the secret. So, yeah, and the way that the sound effects of the gun and the sound of Sapper's body dropping to the floor, like, we talk about the visuals and, the cinematography, the visual effects, but oh my God, the sound cinematography is off the charts, incredible. And which, by the way, you've mentioned the music briefly, but I haven't yet. The music by Benjamin Wallfish and Hans Zimmer, just stunning. It's both unique but also very much paying homage to Vangelis's music in the original film. And there is a piece of, I'm going out of order again, but there's a piece of music that I absolutely adore from this film, which is later on when Kay and Joy are headed to the orphanage, and it cuts to this wide shots of like the waterfall, and and they're flying in the car, and it's just this piece that like feels so classic Blade Runner, but it's a completely unique theme to this movie. And you only really hear it that one time, except for the end credits as well. And it's just it's just beautiful, and it's using those those old instruments that that Vangelis used on the original film, and it's yeah, I was in awe of the music for this.
Yeah, no, I actually I knew that Hans Zimmer and Benjamin Wolfish had done the score, but like there are times when I forget, and I think it's like that Vangelis himself had returned to do the score for this movie because they used those themes so effectively. But there's a lot of great original music as well.
Yes, and
yes,
this as well. I geeked out every time I heard that in the movie. I always love when, and it's a great counterpoint to because Vangelis's music for the original and so much of the music in this film is very based in sort of synthesizers and all that. So then you get this little jolt of classical music through through the Peter and the Wolf music. You know, every time Joy is activated or deactivated, and yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah, and yes, as Eric says, the leitmotif is it helps add to the character of the movie in that way, and it's like for Joy as well. It becomes kind of a positive, reassuring sign in a movie where a lot of the sound is very much classic Hans Zimmer, like world shattering, kind of sounds. But it's it just makes the world feel that much richer. And but really the thing that about the opening sequence is it sets the stage for the mystery that will follow, because after Kay kills Sapper and he seems ready to go back to back home for his baseline, which we will talk about that scene, because I think that is a scene that is widely beloved by people. But one of the things I love so much about this movie is that the mystery element of it unfolds in a very deliberate pace, but every twist that we encounter feels like authentic and earned, and not like it's just coming away out of the way because this is our time to have the twist or to try to trick the audience. From the moment we see the box and then we're going to learn what's in it, we knew that how are they going to connect this back to the original story. And once we start to understand that oh, there's someone in the box, oh, it was a replicant, oh, it was a woman, oh, she was pregnant, and that's intriguing enough. And then when we realize, oh no, it's Rachel from the original Blade Runner. That was the first movie where I was really part of the movie where I really got that thrill of the wanting to know what had happened. And there are many more to come on that front.
Well, and you talked about going into this movie not wanting to know too much, and actually the trailers for this movie were almost to the film's not almost, really to the film's financial detriment, that they revealed nothing about the plot. It was just a lot of cool, Blade Runner-ish vibes, and it stars Ryan Gosling, and Harrison Ford's going to show up, and I guess Jared Leto's the villain, but it really didn't tell you much about what the story was. And I that was great for Blade Runner fans, because because they were already pre-sold, and and they were just getting excited seeing all the the tone of the thing and the look of everything. But But I do think it's fair that people who were not already fans were like, what's this movie even about? But the good thing for those of us who were excited to go see the movie was that we really didn't have a clue what the story was, and it was so it was so much fun just watching this and letting things unfold, and you're like, oh, this is what the movie is doing. Oh, and it was great because you don't get that chance very often to go into a movie and not know what's going to happen. I had like even more of an experience with that with Denis' prior film, Arrival, because I think all I had seen was like, I was sort of walking through the room when I saw a commercial for it, like a really short TV spot. Um, that barely showed anything. And I remember I went to go see the movie, and I seriously knew nothing about. I knew it had something to do with aliens are coming to Earth, and that was about it. But there was this feeling of being on the edge of my seat, and so in a lot of ways this was similar to that of just not knowing what the actual story was, and yeah, it was great. So, then when you find out, yeah, that, I mean, I had certainly suspected as, you know, things started to be revealed that, that's probably Rachel. And, but then when, he goes to investigate and you get the recording and you hear, Deckard, and that's like totally flashing back to the original film. And, yeah, I just thought it was really well done. And, and you talked about the movie sort of leveling up, and I don't feel like we're quite there yet where I'm going to talk completely about how much I love it. But after that scene with Love and Robin Wright, and that it has one of the best cuts in cinema history, where it's just the music, cuts, it goes boom, and it's wide shot of Ryan Gosling, walking into the remains of Las Vegas, and I used it for the thumbnail for the video, and it's just so great because that is one of those moments where you're like, oh, this movie has been good. It's this is like a whole new phase. It's what I love about that, the use of that music there is like it's announcing like this is the big act. Now you're everything else has been just kind of setting this up, and yeah, so I just love the way the movie keeps building and building and building.
Yeah, and I find that like the mystery element of the movie, as I said, it unfolds in a very smart way because, ultimately, like Ryan Gosling's character is a detective. He's an officer, and so he needs a compelling kind of case to unfurl, and like especially in this kind of film noir tradition, and like any of those good stories, eventually the detective is going to become emotionally entangled within the story, and the way that all unfolds, I just think is like brilliant reveals, because it allows us to kind of settle into the idea after hooking us initially with just the simple question of like, well, this woman was pregnant, what replicants aren't supposed to be able to have babies, what happened to the child, and then getting us even more emotionally invested as fans of the original with the revelation that it's Rachel, and that and there's a little pang of sadness because we're like, oh, well, I guess Rachel died before this movie started, which makes the scene where we learn something else that we'll get to even more emotionally impactful, because again, that was something that they did not put in the trailers, which I'm very glad they did not. But over time, it's just they're like one of the reasons that Ryan Gosling's performance is so effective is because we start off the movie and he very much is like the man who is going to do the job that he was literally created to do. And he is a very, like, you know, lonely guy because in many ways, because, you know, many humans look down on the replicants as skin jobs, as they say, which is a horrible insult. But also because, as we learned during the intervening time, you know, there was effectively like a rebellion by the replicants, and they were outlawed, and then Wallace brought them back in this new form. But they are, you know, they're less human than they were before. Supposedly, they are supposed to obey without question. But then also, what little, you know, connections they would have between them, they're like, he's not going to have any community with his replicants because he hunts his own kind. And, you know, we see hints of that, like in the scene with the sex workers, and like they're just kind of disgust for him, Mariette accepted. But he's a guy who is going to do the job because this is what his captain Joshi is assigned him to do, and he's going to do it, and he's going to do it well. And we have that, I mentioned the baseline scene where it's meant to unsettle us because the guy who is conducting the test is just hurling these very, you know, sharp, rapid insults, and the dialogue in this scene where, you know, the whole idea of how does it feel to hold a newborn baby in your hand? Cells, and then within cells interlinked, within cells interlinked, within cells interlinked. And the fact that K aces that test, and the guy's just like, of course you are, constant K. You get the sense that, like, this guy is very, very good at what he does. And then, but this is the mystery that's going to break that facade. And once we start to get the revelations that are unfolding as that goes on, that's where I think Ryan Gosling's performance just becomes extraordinary, because superficially, he's not like emoting like crazy until the scene that he does, but you can see that how much this is starting to unnerve him and to weigh on him and to, you know, make him crack. And some of the scenes where the camera just holds on his face and you can see what's going on behind his eyes, like, it's some of the best stuff in the movie.
Yeah. Oh. I want to veer course. Well, it's not entirely veering course, because, you know, this is a very big part of, we're talking about K as a character, and this is a very big part of K. But I really want to talk about his relationship with Joy, which for me is just, you know, so much of the heart of the film, and it's the reason why I talked about how I admire the original film, but this is the one that I love, and their relationship is why. It's just such a beautiful part of this movie, and like I said, this was the first time I'd ever seen Ana de Armas in anything. So for me, like, I think she's always, in certain respect, she's always going to be Joy, you know. when I think about her, and it's just so great the way she's introduced, where, you know, Kay comes home and you don't see her, and you think she's just off camera, and, you know, she's talks about she's preparing this meal, and then it comes into the frame as, you know, before she gets the emanator, which will allow her to walk more freely. She you know, is restricted to this, you know, sort of track that, you know, and that her hologram is on. And so she comes into frame, and it's just so amazingly well done, with the sort of translucent effect that the character has. And, you know, and she comes on first as this sort of 1950s housewife, but then she changes into more modern clothing, and, you know, and it's just, it's a great performance, and it's sort of technologically ingenious. And what's so great about this character is that throughout the film, I think we get sort of a lot of conflicting, like, we're not quite sure entirely what to make of Joy, as, like, you know, it's these same questions we're asking about the replicants, like, what makes what makes you human? You know, is it the fact that you're programmed, or you know, or is the fact that you feel things regardless of where those things originate from? Like, does that make you real or human? And I think ultimately Joy is such a, you know, she's such a tragic character, and I just weep every time, you know, we get to, you know, both her end, but also then the ending with Kay when he sees the, you know, the giant, you know, advertising version of Joy, and what that tells him, and you know, it's just, it's so sad because there's definitely a part of Joy that is clearly, she's sort of programmed with certain default ideas, and but then does it matter if to her, if those things that to her, those things are real, those things are coming from her, and so that question of ultimately, as far as she's concerned, does that matter, um and does she, by the end of her character arc, sort of go beyond her quote unquote programming, which I personally feel she does, but I know that's sort of up for debate and interpretation. But I just found her such a fascinating character, and just responded so much to the love between her and Kay, and you know, and again, like how much of it is manufactured by what's built into her, but what Kay feels is real. And I think that regardless of where her quote unquote feelings come from, she believes that they're real, you know, on her part. So in the end, it's like, doesn't matter. I think they, you know, they both truly love each other. So I just, you know, it just reduces me to tears every time I watch the movie, and I think it's so beautiful and so sad, and for me, that's what makes this movie soar so much, is you know, the heart of the story being their relationship.
Yeah, and the question of, you know, essentially like where these feelings of humanity come from
Hi,
and what makes
AR.
hey, hey, and where essentially the idea of the soul comes from, the like the immortal soul. Joshi, and you know, had kind of mockingly told Kay like, "Hey, you've been getting on fine without one, a soul." And Kay just kind of takes that, even though you can tell it probably wounds him a little bit. But he is a character who, you know, he obtained Joy probably because, you know, this is really the only relationship he can afford to have in his life, and he knows at some part that at a fundamental level it's not real, in the sense that, you know, she's a program, she's a hologram, and there are certain things that he can't have with her. But it's, as he tells her later, you are real to me. Like, and you would think the movie would make it more clear of whether or not he's like lying to himself on that front. But like the movie itself makes it pretty clear that what Joy has with him is something that is more than just, you know, a standard version of one of these, you know, like hologram creation girlfriends would be, because they start off with, you know, the kind of the boilerplate thing where she's serving him dinner and then like, let's dance. I don't want to read either. And you can tell like that would also be very natural, like things of her programming. But then there's the moment where he tells her that he got her the present, you know, and you can see that she actually has a very like real reaction there of like, a present. And then he tells her what it is, and you see her excitement. And then there's the scene in the rain, which is one of the, you know, most beloved scenes in the movie. It was one of the ones that knocked me on my ass when I saw it, not just because it's visually gorgeous, but because it's so tender and so romantic and so sweet. And this is a moment where the movie itself is very clearly wants you to believe that this is real, and I feel that it is in this moment. And then but then there's the scene where when she leans in close to him and she tells him, you know, I'm so happy when I'm with you, and it feels authentic. And then you kind of see his voice crack a little bit and he says, you don't have to say that. Because that's a moment where he seems to be reckoning with the fact that, like, oh, she's just telling me this because she's programmed to do so. But
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that in that scene. I do feel like, as you said, the movie kind of complicates that dynamic at the end with that kind of like gut punch of the hologram billboard version of Joy. But I do believe that very much as the replicants, which may have been designed to do a specific job, but are, you know, have their own humanity, more human than human in certain ways. The same is true of Joy, and I love that the movie can give us multiple different angles to look at that idea.
Well, and even if you accept that, okay, there are certain things about her that are sort of embedded in her and as a sort of programmable thing for her to reach for, that doesn't mean that, like, she doesn't know. She doesn't, or at least she doesn't seem to know that. Like, there's a difference between, you know, your programs, like we're programmed with certain things, our experiences, like we have our own sort of database of things that we've gone through, we've experienced, knowledge that we have that we'll pull from, you know, if we're trying to think of something nice to say. And so I don't know that it's all that dissimilar. I think the intent of, you know, saying, like, calling him, you know, saying that his name should be Joe. I don't think that that's like false just because that may be something as sort of a default thing in her programming. I think that her intent with that is so genuine of, you know, and I think, you know, when I said that she moves beyond her programming, and in my opinion, it's like, if you figure that she's programmed to do things that will make, you know, Kay happy, like her choice to endanger herself, you know, by the end of the movie by saying, you know, delete me from, you know, from the system and just put me here. That's like, she can't continue to be a good product if she's, you know, threatening her own potential destruction. And so I think that is like, you know, that's a moment of great sacrifice on her part. And, you know, and then in her final moments where she's just begging for him not to be hurt, and you know, and then uses her final moment just to, you know, yell out, I love you. You know, it's, you're like, at what point does it sort of not matter, you know, how she originated? This is all clearly, you know, someone who, you know, even if there's some programming going off, like, at what point are you saying none of that matters because the love there is clearly genuine? That you know, so I don't know. For me, there's a more cynical way to read all that stuff, you know, for certain viewers, I'm sure, but I just don't think I'm capable of seeing it through that lens. And it all seems to me that she supersedes, you know, the sort of role as just like a service to, you know, that's been created by a company. I just like replicants are, you know, able to evolve into more than what they were intended. I think that same is clear for her.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. As AR points out in the chat, I see it as she branched beyond her programming, or evolved in another word for it, because, you know, you can have, as you said, certain set points. Even we as humans have that, but it's our experiences that help shape, you know, us into the individual people that we are. And even, you know, people who are identical twins, they can have different experiences and different lives, and they're different people. And the movie addresses that quite elegantly in the scene when, you know, they're reviewing the DNA, and Joy herself says that, you know, mere data makes a man, A and C and T and G, referring to the, you know, the DNA base pairs. And she points out, you know, I'm only 2, 1 and 0. And then Kay very sweetly tells her you're half as many, but twice as elegant. And
this is interesting. I love this scene so much because it goes back to what you were just saying about how the earlier scene when they're at Kay's home or their home, and that's more in the realm of what you would kind of expect the dynamic between someone who's bought a holographic quote unquote dream girl to preparing him dinner and it, doing all that kind of stuff. This scene I feel is something completely different, where you very clearly see that they have such a close connection and bond. The fact that, and I know I'm gonna get a groan here because at what point this is, she's actually literally in there, but you can very much get the sense that she's inside his head, in this scene, and the fact that she seems to get him, and and their back and forth dynamic is much more of two people in a committed relationship than you would necessarily expect, a hologram that's just a creation of a corporation or something. And I really love that. As much as I adore the earlier scene, I think this scene is even better. I love it, especially once she starts talking about how many times have you told me that dream, and and then she talked about the horse, which, by the way, I feel like I'm so missed an opportunity, because I actually have a replica of that horse that I bought, and I forgot to get it out for this stream, so shame on me. But I just love that so much, and obviously that's a big element of this film, and it shakes Kay to his core when he discovers that it's actually real and it's not part of a made-up memory. And yeah, no, so I just, like I said, this scene just is so great for showing us what their relationship is really like. That it's not just something superficial.
Yeah, and it is that way because Kay and Joy, they share things with one another. Like, he has told her about this memory that he has that he thinks is an implant, and he's told it to her several times, and she's attached emotional meaning to it. And he clearly has that kind of sensation as well, that like there's something more to this, but he knows it's an implant because he knows he's a replicant, and he knows that it can't be real. And then the question of, what could it be? This relationship with Joy is quite real. And this, there seems to be something more here, because, as he says, when he starts to get the details, like the fact that the horse has 6, 10, 21 on it, and then he finds that same number on the tree near where Rachel was buried. That's the first moment where you actually see him kind of shaken. But at this point, he is still following the path and trying to untangle the mystery. And when it leads him to the orphanage, and as you said, he finds the very real horse and realizes that something about this is real, but I don't know what it is. But who does he tell? He tells Joy, because he certainly can't tell Joshi about this. Joshi is very much her motivation, and we should say, is basically to cover this up. She tells him straight up early, what you saw didn't happen. It wasn't real. And
also, I have to say, what a performance, but also what a character Joshi is, because like, we like her because it's Robin Wright, but she's not exactly a very admirable person. Because like I said, Robin Wright she's very charismatic. So like I think our first impulse is to like Joshi, but there are things that she says to Kay that are like, man, you got to work on your value system. um, it's there's this, we get it from both Joshi and from Love, this this addressing Kay as a good dog, and the way, when Joshi says, are you disobeying me? And he says, I wasn't aware that was an option, madam. And she says, good boy, and then later on, I think there's this thing where she's kind of coming on to him a bit when she goes over to his place, and there's like this sort of tone to it of, he's a replicant. If I want to, I can, sort of have my way with him. And there's something, and again, you spoke about it when she says, you're getting along fine without a soul, and then obviously, that you can tell that I think that hurts him quite a bit, actually, to hear that. So there is a bit of her character that feels a bit distasteful. And so it kind of makes her very complicated, but also very interesting.
Yeah, like when you actually listen to what she's saying, on the one hand, it sounds incredibly reasonable, and on the other hand, it sounds kind of horrible and contemptible. Like, her stated motivation in all of this is, as she says, she wants to avoid a war, something that would break the world. And when you kind of understand the backstory of the idea that, like, there was this terrible conflict that nearly destroyed everything, and we finally managed to fight our way back, and now we have peace, and she wants to preserve that as an agent of order, you're like, okay, well, that makes sense. But she's doing it by covering something up, and that seems a little shady. And then when you listen to like her, like some of the language that she uses, where she says, this world is built on a wall, it separates kind, and you tell either side there's no wall, you bought a war. And then what she's actually talking about is, I am a human. You're a replicant. There is a dividing line between us. We are not the same. Humans are superior to replicants. And what the war that she's talking about is the idea that if replicants could reproduce and become every bit as much human as humans, well, then they're going to rebel, and that's going to be a terrible thing. And we can't have that because these people generously aren't even human, really. And that's what she actually believes, and that makes her seem rather despicable. And yet there is a personal connection that she has with Kay, where even though she's his boss and she's ordering him to do these terrible things, she seems to like him personally. But then it's all you think about, it's the idea that, like, does she actually like him as, like, a colleague and a co-worker, or does she see him, as you said, kind of like a dog, a dog who will do her bidding, and she could potentially use for sex if she wanted to, use him for sex, which she doesn't ultimately force that issue, but she is very much embodying the perspective of someone who is very fearful and, a figure of authority who wants to preserve the existing order. And there are forces that are trying to break that order, both from above in the form of the Wallace Corporation and Wallace and Love, and then from below in terms of the mass of replicants who would revolt if this information ever got out. And So she kind of comes across in some ways as a very like, a lone voice in the darkness trying to, just keep everything the way it is, just keep it all, safe and
Reminds
normal.
you of anything?
But that will never, but as that kind of perspective never endures, especially in these types of stories. Something was always going to break it. And in this case, the thing that breaks it is love, stabbing her and killing her. But it's telling that in her last moments, she tries to protect Kay in her own way, but is she actually doing that out of the goodness of her heart, or is it one last attempt to like preserve the order before she's broken? And that's another reason I love that scene between her and Love, when she is basically gloating and saying, "You're too late. Kay erased this because he told you that, he told me that he did this, and why would he lie? He can't lie to me." And then that's what breaks Love in that moment. And when she shatters the glass, and you can just hear the contempt in her voice when she spits out the lines, "You tiny thing," in the face of the beautiful new, and your only thought is to kill it for fear of great change. And like the way that her voice is trembling when she says that, you can tell that like this supposedly emotionally stoic artificial person is feeling very real emotion and very real contempt for this woman who is trying to keep the collective boot of humanity on all of their necks.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me how there's so many different factions at work here, and most of them are really shitty in their own way. It's like, and it's interesting to look how my viewpoint on things has changed over, what's now been, I guess, 7 years since this movie came out. This was really before I became much more engaged with things online, and especially had, this was before I had like my large group of friends online who sort of in turn sort of introduced me to, considering a lot of new things. And I think when I saw this movie originally, I would have put Joshi under the column of good guy, because actually they're trying to stop, what Wallace is doing, but really in her own way, like she's very pro-human in this, landscape of humans and replicants, and she wants, and what she's really fighting for here is keeping replicants in their place. And it's not like, but she's opposed to Wallace, and and or well, that's it. Sorry, I'm going back and forth here a lot in talking to myself, but like what she's opposing is not even strictly Wallace, although Wallace is the one who's trying to, uncover this, but she's trying to hold on to sort of the stability that again keeps replicants in their place. So she's trying to avoid, from her perspective, of what she sees as chaos being unleashed. Wallace wants to unleash that chaos, but only if he can control it. And meanwhile, you've got the replicants who want to unleash it for their own futures, which I think is admirable, but also not so much the fact that they want to use this child to their own ends, which I think so. At the end of the day, Kay is the one with the clearest sort of North Star pointing him in the right direction, that no, actually what matters here is reuniting a daughter and her father. And I just love that all the different viewpoints of all these different groups and characters, it's so complex and messy and and at the end of the day, the fact that that the best thing to fight for is, is something as true and as sort of emotionally true and honest as, reuniting separated family members. And I think that's what makes this that's what makes Blade Runner is because ultimately it is about examining humanity.
Yeah.
And that's why what I was saying earlier, I didn't necessarily want a direct sequel to this because it would inevitably be about the war between humans and replicants. It's like that's not what this story is about. And so yeah, it's just I don't know quite how I got there, but I was just talking about all the different goals of the different parties, and I don't. There's a lot of very morally gray and corrupt people in this movie.
Yep, and different factions within different, different agendas. Even if it seems like they're searching for the same thing at times, clearly they don't. They want to do very different things with it. Like, especially like, but it's telling, for instance, that Wallace, who is pretty unambiguously coded as a villainous character, he has that speech where he talks about the replicants, and he specifically talks about the idea that every great civilization was always built on the back of a disposable workforce, slaves. But we've lost our stomach for slaves unless engineered. And you can
such a wonderful guy.
Yeah. No, and I mean, and like, and I mean, and that scene is brutal and horrific for so many reasons.
Yeah.
But when he's talking about like his grand ambitions and using the terms of that, like, this guy has clearly a god complex, but what makes it more complicated and fascinating is he kind of earned his god complex. They establish in the opening prologue that this man basically saved the entire world from famine with his inventions. And now he has helped them expand to, as he says, 9 new worlds. And he's not satisfied with that.
A child can count to 9. We should own the stars. Yeah, major god complex.
Yeah, and if he didn't need even more proof, he has the line where he says basically, with millions, trillions more, we could storm Eden and retake her, which is just a beautiful line of dialogue and chilling. But it's obviously from the moment we see him, we know that he emerging from the shadows and looking very malevolent and speaking very softly. We know that okay, this guy is our bad guy. But what's telling is that, as you said, the different factions all have different agendas and are aligned because Wallace wants the replicants to be able to reproduce so that he can keep them enslaved. And the replicants want to be able to have the secret about reproducing so that they can be free. And there's a brilliant dynamic there. And then there's Joshi who's just trying to keep a lid on it all. And I think once we get to toward the end of the movie and talk about Kay's final choice, that's one of the reasons why I think this movie is so effective, because ultimately Kay makes his own choice for his own reasons, and he doesn't want to take part in this grand battle that's clearly unfolding between heaven and hell, or earth and the stars. He just wants to commit, as you said, to reuniting this family that was torn apart, and that is a cause enough for him to give his life for. And dying for the right cause is the most human thing that we can do. And the journey that he goes on through this movie with all its ups and downs, which I do want to dig into, is one of the reasons that final choice, even though it's a smaller scale and it's not getting into the whole big revolution, because all those factions are still out there at the end of this movie. Wallace is still alive. The replicant, revolutionary Freza is still alive. But the movie doesn't care about that because the movie is telling the story about Kay. And ultimately what he decides in many respects is fuck all of these people. But he also decides, to essentially do, just help one person this one good thing, and in many ways that's enough, and it means
Well,
everything.
and it's interesting because I had a conversation with somebody. I don't remember who it was. Yeah, maybe it was someone in our group, or maybe it was someone on. Maybe it was just somebody on social media. I don't know, but I remember having a back and forth with someone who said that they didn't like this movie because they didn't like the fact that it ended with this sort of, in their minds, sort of trite revolution stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but the movie says that it doesn't care about that. Like, that is there specifically so that Kay can be like, no. and so, like, that's kind of what I love about it is that he just completely disregards, all of the stuff about, the rising up of the replicants. And not to say that, like, that, their perspective is entirely valid. They're slaves to this, to this world, and they should, rise up. But of course, there's some, like I said before, there's some complications about sort of the way they intend to go about that, and the fact that they're going to use this, child of Rachel and Deckard, and that, anything that leads back to them needs to be eliminated. So Kay needs to go kill Deckard. It's like, Kay's like, I'm sorry, huh? Um, and the fact that he ultimately decides, like, no, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to, like I said, reunite this broken family, and that's such a beautiful thing that is what Kay is willing to sacrifice his life for. And so that is the statement that the movie makes at the end. So, and so I love that. It's basically saying, no, all this other stuff is great, but this is what the story's about. And yeah, I think that's incredibly beautiful. And I'll talk a little bit later about how the final shot of this movie reduces me to tears every single time. But yeah, while we were talking about Wallace, I kept thinking, you were talking about how he's presented, as like he comes out of the shadows, and he's, this very malevolent character. And all I could think about was that the scene between him and Deckard, which is like, which, by the way, talking about Wallace, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that originally this part was intended to be played by the one and only David Bowie. Unfortunately, we lost him before that could happen. And there is a part of me that is like, oh my God, this movie would have been even greater with David Bowie as this, malevolent, villain of the piece. But that's an alternate reality that didn't happen. And I actually agree with what you were saying about it. I think Jared Leto is just off the charts amazing in this role. He's so terrifying as Wallace. And yeah, I think things sort of happen the way they're meant to. And but I did want to mention that because just, envisioning that for a second just gives me just thrills me on so many different levels. But that scene between him and Deckard, there's so much in that scene that is just amazing. Just with there's a moment when Deckard says, "You don't have any children, do you?" And Wallace leans in with this almost smile on his face and goes, "I have millions." Oh God, it's so good, but so terrifying, and so like, oh my God, you're awful, dude.
And millions of children he is willing to discard at the drop of a hat or a whim, or to send them off to, conquer and be essentially disposable slave labor to fulfill his own ambitions.
Killed by his own hand just to make a point.
Oh yeah, no, I mean
Yeah.
the scene that's like the scene where he goes to inspect the new replicant woman and is kind of bemoaning the fact that even though he just created this new being, and she is, already a failure because she can't reproduce in that way because the secret has been lost. And the way he's talking about even before we know what we are, we're afraid to lose it, and the fact that we know that this woman is utterly helpless before him, and we just know he's going to do something horrible to her, and Love knows that too. That's, she's standing there at attention, but this is one of those scenes where you see like a single tear run down her face, and like she's helpless there. This like fierce, this fierce being that she has been. She can't do anything against Wallace. She is utterly within his thrall. And then when he just, as you said, casually slices the replicant's, woman's, womb open and lets her bleed to death just to make a point, you realize just what a horrible man this guy is.
Well, it's both to make a point and also it's a threat to Love. Yeah. It's basically don't screw up. Yeah. And that's why like their relationship is like so terrifying, because it's like you said earlier, it's simultaneously this sort of, father-daughter relationship, most probably, lover relationship, and it's so emotionally abusive. It's just like, you can only forgive Love for being as screwed up as she is, and really we don't even. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, we don't even know sort of what her sort of own personal long-term goals are. She's clearly in this environment doing, whatever Wallace says, but she's clearly very passionate about, preserving the, finding the child and, and having that come out. So naturally, one asks the question, is it completely just to serve Wallace, or is she also thinking about the bigger picture of what this means? We're not really given a chance to dive into, whether she's interested in sort of what's going on with, the revolution or anything like that. But I think, it seems so cold and brutal when she kills Joshi, but also like what we were talking about before of what Joshi's interested in doing versus what Love is doing. Like, it's not like Joshi is really the good person there either. And Love talks about, in the face of the fabulous new, your only thought is to kill it. And so I don't know. It's hard to know like what her end game is, because we're not ultimately given a chance to see that. But it does seem like she's very under the sway of Wallace, and maybe, and I don't know, maybe she is just her number one priority is survival, and so she will do whatever's ordered of her, or maybe she has other ambitions that we're not privy to. But this is one of those cases where I would have loved a novelization, of this to get into, the characters' heads. Although that might be sacrilegious, considering that, this is all based off of a Philip K. Dick classic. but still, that's why I love novelizations, because you get perspectives, with the characters that you're not privy to in the films.
Yeah, I ultimately see Love as a very tragic character, because I do think that she is effectively emotionally abused and in
Mhm.
Wallace's thrall. I do think she has a little. I don't think she has the heart of a rebel. Unfortunately, I think she has
Mhm. Yeah.
small acts of rebellion throughout the movie where, we can see that she's like trying to, explore different aspects. And like her connection with Kay is actually fascinating in that way because, as I said, there's kind of a little bit of a spark of potential like attraction there. Like when they're reviewing Rachel's uh, data memory, and they're reflecting on the fact that Rachel was clearly liked Deckard back in that scene, and she has the line where she says, "It is invigorating to be asked personal questions. It makes one feel desired. Do you enjoy your work, officer?" You could almost feel like she's like trying that line out. Like, she's never had the chance to flirt. She's like, can I, is this flirting? Are we flirting right now? And Kay kind of like gently lets her down. But even though
Well,
she goes on to
it's great because it cuts to a shot of Kay after
yeah,
that. You can see from kind of the angle that she's
yeah,
smiling a little bit
yeah,
after she says that, and so that I always thought that was a really funny line,
yeah.
and
And
yeah, I love that.
and the thing is, she has constant moments like that throughout the movie, and where we see that she has like her own, she takes pleasure in her work, even if sometimes she's like kind of disgusted by it. The scene where she's like following Kay via the goggles, and then she's like uses the missiles to blow up the people who are trying to hurt him, and then she's just like watches them, and she's like, "Oh, come on, get up, do your fucking job, find the child." And there's a little bit of like sensuality, but also like contempt there. And while she's getting her nails done in very stylish fashion, and what I really love about her is that you can feel that she is feeling all these feelings that she doesn't know how to process, and she just like is in a terrible emotional conflict at times, but there's ultimately one set point that she can't get over, which I think is part of the tragedy of her character, because that line that Wallace says to her and that she says at the end, "I'm the best one," I think that is the only truth that she really feels like she has to hold on to, or her world will crumble.
Yeah,
And but and the best being the best one, being the best replicant means that like, she knows she is a replicant, but she also knows that she is above them. And she needs to prove that to kind of justify her continued existence. But the one thing that she cannot conceive of is, potentially being above Wallace, because he designed her that way. And in her mind, like, she could be the best angel of all, but even the best angel can't overthrow God. Even, and Wallace is God to her. Like, obviously there's the whole dynamic of potential. Like Lucifer, like in the devil, and could he have, was he trying to overthrow God in this way? But Love doesn't have any concept of that. Wallace is just an absolute to her, and she could never rise up to his level. So she limits herself in that way. And that's why I think she's ultimately a very tragic character, because she could have, if she had gone on a journey like Kay does, that she might have found that deeper humanity and a cause she wanted to fight for herself. But she just never lets herself believe that, because she just has to hold on to the idea that she's the best one. And that means that ultimately she is, as she says, "I'm here for Mr. Wallace." And that becomes her
yeah,
stated reason for
yeah. It was just one of those things that as I was talking about her, I sort of wondered about out loud if it was possible for her to have any other, you know, plans that we were privy to. But at the end of the day, I think you're right. I think it's just impossible for her to see herself as rising above just being like, you know, the the number one replicant for Wallace, and you know, and that she can be the best at that, but she can't rise above that, which is so sad. and especially when you see her end, it's someone who's clearly so like, perhaps even more than any of the other replicants we see, so filled with life and fighting for that, life, but so unable to, to see herself rising beyond that level of servitude to her master, and it's just, yeah, it's very sad. um Oh my God! Just what a character! I like that. That's why we could honestly just talk the entire time about love, because like, and I forgot how much I loved her until rewatching this today, because I feel like she may be the secret weapon of this movie that like you can very easily underappreciate, and until you're watching it again and you're like, oh my God, she's amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's, to me, every bit as captivating as Rutger Hauer was in the original Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Kind of a similar role. And like in that case, that was much more of a dynamic of Rutger Hauer's replicant, Roy Batty, was trying to essentially overthrow God, and ultimately he killed his his maker because he wouldn't give him more life. But in that case, he was doomed because there was that was just the way he was designed, and so he becomes this tragic figure. And love's tragedy is different because she never allows herself that possibility of potentially seeing what else for her is out there, because she just can't wrap her mind around it. And so she becomes, in many respects, monstrous throughout the movie as she continues to serve Wallace's designs. And like the scene where she tracks down Kay and kills Joy and seems to be relishing in that, when she realizes that they love each other, and she's like, well, I'm going to take this from you, and I'm going to make sure you know that I'm taking this from you. And that's where she has the line where she just is like, I do hope you're satisfied with our product. And then what's beautiful about that is that could be referring to both Kay and Joy and what they mean to each other before she brings her boot down and crushes it.
Yeah, well, the fact that she's staring directly at Joy, like today watching, I definitely felt like she's directing that at Joy, and it's just so cold. And it just, man, it pissed me off when I saw the movie in theaters, and now and it still gets me. That's why I say I adore love, but also hate her because what she did to Joy. So, yeah.
Yeah, outstanding character, outstanding performance. And again, I've barely seen Sylvia Hoeks in anything else since, and so she just becomes she's like synonymous with this character in my mind. She's she's outstanding.
Okay, so there's some major set pieces that I want to make sure that we talk about, but first, we've been going for 2 hours. I held off on the mid-roll because I knew that 1 hour was not going to be the mid-roll for this stream. But next week, we'll be back. We're going to be talking about the movie Before Sunset. That's the one, right? Sorry, yep. It's funny me trying to keep track of the titles for the trilogy. And yeah, it's the second film in the Before trilogy. I'm actually really looking forward to finally getting to do it because I've been chomping at the bit to go ahead and rent it. So I'll finally get to do that this week. If you missed our stream on Before Sunrise, the first film in the trilogy, you can go back and watch that. And if you haven't seen the movies, check them out. I'm watching them as I go along. And I really enjoyed the first one and looking forward to this one as well. And then the week after that, is that when we're doing the Acolyte? I think it is.
Yeah, I think that's what we had decided because that'll be a few days after the the season finale airs, or series finale, depending on what we'll see. But we'll have a chance to essentially talk about it, the entire thing. We had made the decision we didn't want to try to do it week by week because it's a mystery show and it's like different. It's sometimes easier to just have the whole picture. And also, we've been doing a lot of Star Wars coverage recently, which I love. But we do love to talk about other things. So yeah, the 21st right now, I think, is we're thinking for the Acolyte, and before Sunset before that, which I'm so hyped because I've seen those movies many times, and it's fun that I'm being able to help introduce John to them over as he watches them for the first time. And I know that they're not the most widely seen movies in the world, but as John said, if you haven't watched Before Sunset, give it a chance. It is a gorgeously romantic movie. It is actually my favorite of the three, even though I love them all so much for different, and collectively as a whole. But very excited to talk about that one and the Acolyte eventually, in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that we made the decision to hold off on the Acolyte until the whole thing had come out. The only thing I would have changed is if I could have held off and just watched the Acolyte all in one go, because I feel like I get just a little bit frustrated each week that it's come to the end of an episode, and I feel like it's such a fluid piece that I wish I could just watch the whole thing together instead of bit by bit each week. But that's okay. We'll get to it. Something else that we might have to talk about at some point in the future, which I have been watching, and I have one more episode to go, and we've talked about it amongst ourselves in the past about making time to sit down and watch it, is Shogun, which I've been watching. Have you had the chance to finish it up yet?
I have not finished it yet. I started watching it. I was really loving it, and then I started my new job, and it's been, I've been distracted, and I didn't get a chance to wrap it up. So I actually might want to go back and rewatch it from the beginning in order to see the whole thing. I also I don't have as much time to watch TV as I used to. So and I've been watching The Acolyte, and House of the Dragon is in season, and those have really kind of been my shows. I've also actually given one of the other things we'll be talking about soon, because Daphne Keane is in the Acolyte, and she is she's going to be she was in Logan, which we will be discussing in a couple of weeks as well. I've been rewatching the His Dark Materials TV show. Which
I've only seen like the first episode or two of that. It was one of those that I meant to keep going with, but then just kind of fell by the wayside. I'll give that another chance one of these days. But I will say about Shogun, I've got just the season finale left. All I will say is prepare to have your heart broken into many different pieces with this show.
I know what happens to dear Anna Sawai, so but she is, just from the first episode, I thought her character was amazing, and obviously she is gorgeous. And then when I heard that what befalls her, I was very sad. But I will get. I'm used to character deaths in shows, so I'll get it.
Yeah, no, I did not know the thing that you're alluding to, and I was utterly heartbroken, and now I'm very interested by the fact that the show has been renewed for more seasons, because the story is now going to be much different than what I thought the show was going to be. So it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. But I've got one more episode left. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it tonight, because speaking of House of the Dragon, that is tonight, the next episode, and these are both very heavy shows, and I may only be able to deal with one of them tonight. So we'll see. But but yeah, so next week we'll be doing Before Sunset. Week after that we'll be talking about The Acolyte, and then coming up after that we'll be talking about the film Logan in preparation for Deadpool and Wolverine coming out that weekend, and then we'll be actually talking about that film as well. The week after that, unless we hate it, which I don't foresee that happening. But yeah, so looking forward to that. Anything else you want to mention before we dive back in, Jared?
Nope, I think we covered it.
Okay, so there's a couple of big scenes that I want to make sure that we give their due. Actually, no, I lied. I do want to talk a bit about one other scene before we make our way into the other stuff I wanted to talk about, which was let's talk about when Kay finds his way to the upgrade center and talks, to the creator of the memories.
Yes.
The Dr. Anastaline, played by as you mentioned earlier, and Carla and Juri. She's just amazing, and that's before we even understand her significance. You know, to the story of this film. But I love this because she's just such a warm presence, and into the scene, and I love the way that she's, she creates the memories, and um, it's a piece of camera equipment that she's using, which I geeked out over, and no, I was like, that looks familiar. Um, but no, I love it. And the moment where she sits down, she's making the birthday party, and I love her facial expressions as she's doing that. But the meat of this scene is really when, Kay goes to ask her, you know, um, do you ever use real memories? Which she replies, it's illegal to use real memories, which doesn't answer the question. Um, but and then he says, how can you tell if a memory is an implant or not? And she volunteers to show him how they tell, and then as he's replaying the memory in his mind that we've heard about throughout this film about the child who has the wooden horse who then is running from the boys, and and it's a sad memory, and so when we see her tears over this, it's very, at the time we're just thinking, well, she's reacting emotionally to the content of the memory. But of course, as we will later find out, this is her memory.
Yeah.
But then Kay's reaction when she says, this really happened. And he says, I know it's real. I know it's real. And then he just explodes. And he goes, God damn it. And starts kicking things, and and it's really the point where he finally unravels.
Yeah.
And it like such a brilliant moment of acting for Ryan Gosling, but also like Carla Juri, she's just astounding in the scene, even as like at this point in the story, kind of a a bit player in this big tapestry that is this film. And then when you go back later with the knowledge of actually who she is, like that performance is even better. And it's so this is simultaneously a really beautiful scene, but a very heartbreaking scene as well.
Yeah, I think Carla Juri breaks my heart like 5 separate times just in this first scene alone, to say nothing about her scene at the end of the movie. But from the moment we see her, and it's very striking that when we encounter her, like it's one of the only times in the movie we see like natural green, and of course it's artificial. But we introduce her in her creating like this peaceful forest environment. And then when Kay and like, and that kind of makes her feel like a little respite, a little island in the midst of this very bleak and, devastated, landscape. And then, but when Kay approaches her and you just see her smiling when she says very softly, "A visitor." And like the fact that she has not had visitors and rarely interacts with anyone because she's immunocompromised and like never gets to leave this sterile chamber, like that breaks your heart. And then when, he's like, can you help me with a case? And she's like, that's the most interesting thing I've been asked to help with in ages. And like, it's just,
and the way she says that,
yeah.
it's just so great. That's the most interesting thing I've been asked to help with in ages,
just the inflections,
Yeah.
But then as she's talking about the process of making the memories and the fact that the memories are actually essential because we know that the replicants have implanted memories, and as she says, it's necessary for their stability because, this is part of what makes them, real life, appear as real like humans because they have these memories. And she says, Wallace needs my talent to maintain a stable product. I think it's only kind. And you know that she means that, like just the sense of empathy as she's creating this, birthday party and the look of very sincere joy on her face. You're just like, she's such a good-hearted person. And you know that when she made the choice to use a memory like this, her memory, and pass it along to Kay, that was her intention. The intention that, this is something that, this is kind of like a gift to you that you will have that will help you be like a touchstone for you, even though it is a very sad memory. And as she says, we recall with our feelings, and the intensity of the emotions around it is what allows her to determine that it's real. But and then the devastating part of it is when she sees just how much pain this memory is causing him, because he has come to believe at this point that he is the child. He is the child of Deckard and Rachel, and that he, this memory being a real memory that he has had in his life. Well, that means that he actually was
Which,
a real.
by the way, let's talk about that for a second, because I love the fact that this movie appears to like fall in line with, that our protagonist is a quote unquote chosen one, and that whole, archetype, and the fact that by the end of this movie, it turns on his head naturally. No, he's not the one. And he's just this lone replicant who nonetheless does what he can to make a difference and do something that to him, what he sees as the most, the important thing he can do and the most human thing he can do. And so I love that.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that, like, I mentioned that certain moments in the movie knocked me on my ass because I just, like, I totally bought into this. I totally bought into the idea that, yes, okay, we've now known that there was a child and it's going to be our main protagonist. And because the way that they play the revelations of those moments, it feels very authentic and it feels like very real for us to see, like him reckoning with the devastation and the possibility that my entire life that I believed was a lie, but
and what's
I'm
so
actually
great
a
is
specialist.
What's so great is that the movie plays off of that brilliantly to the point where we get the whole confrontation between him and Deckard with it in our head that he's his son.
Yeah.
And then what's great is then when you go back to watch this movie a second time, you get to experience it in a whole completely different way. I just think that's so brilliant the way they're allowed to play off of those emotions that that we have in our main character, but then still pull the rug out from under us. And then somehow when you go back to rewatch it, even though like the context of all that stuff is so completely different, it is just as riveting and emotional.
Yeah, and the emotional entanglement between Stelline and Kay in this moment, because of their shared memory, they're just so rich on a multi-layered level because, again, she gave him this memory, didn't potentially even know that she was giving it directly to him, but she saw it as a gift, and then she sees that it's causing him pain, and the tears that are coming down her face are not only because of her own recollection, but because she can see what this is doing to him. Like, but in many ways, he is a chosen one because he got her memory, and she doesn't know her own significance yet. She doesn't know that she's this, the daughter of Deckard and Rachel, the first, child to be born of a replicant. She talks about her parents, and I can only assume they were her adoptive parents who, had to leave her behind when they were going to go off world because she became sick and was immunocompromised and couldn't travel. So she's made a new life for herself, but the empathy that she feels towards him because she realizes what it is that she did to this guy by giving him this memory. But out of anyone who could have ended up with it, it was this guy. It was a man who became a Blade Runner who was trying to hunt down and unravel this mystery. So he is a chosen one in many respects, but there's a layer of added devastation when it gets to I'll just, because it's so tied closely into this, the moment that this movie jumped up like into the stratosphere for me, like the moment when I realized this was a truly special movie, is when, as you said, it's revealed that actually Kay is not the chosen one. He is not the son of Deckard and Rachel, and the way that scene unfolds and that dynamic with Freysa when she says Rachel had a girl, and you're just like, I was completely flabbergasted. And then when she talks about that, with my own eyes I saw her come, as mad as thunder, and then you're just like reeling from that, and then Kay is reeling from that, and then when Freysa recognizes that, and the line that just hammers it for me is when she says, "You thought it was you. Oh, you did." And I'm just like, oh my God, yeah. Because I thought it was, we all did. And it was so effective. We all wish it was us. That's why we believe. And it would have been enough to just leave that moment there and sit and rest with it. But then the movie confirms it when it flashes back to the signs that we've seen, the identical set of DNA, the boy and the girl, and Deckard talking about teaching them to scramble the records. And I think I knew at this point what it was building to, but the moment when that montage closes with Stelline saying the line, "There's a little bit of every artist in their work," and then we just get the brief flash back to her, that's when I was like, holy shit, this is so much better than anything I could have thought this movie was going to do with this idea. And I just was so blown away by the idea that this was, that now we know the truth, and the emotional fallout that has for Kay, realizing that he is not only not like this chosen one, but that he's not a real boy born of a woman, and that everything that he had allowed himself to hope for is now like being taken away from him. And that's why he's like a wreck when he encounters that hologram of joy. But then he makes his choice to do what he, what is he going to do? He is not going to fulfill what Joshi had wanted him to do and erase this mystery. He is not going to join up with this revolution of replicants. He is going to reunite this lost girl with her father. And it just hits you like a hammer, because it's a small choice, but it's the choice that means more than anything else for him to bring this act of joy to these two people. And because ultimately, Freysa is talking about, when we find this child, she will lead our armies into war. And then you look at Dr. Stelline and you're like, this girl's not gonna lead an army. Are you kidding me? One, because she's immunocompromised, but two, look at her. She's so kind. She's so empathetic. She never wanted to hurt anyone. She's not going to lead a bloody war that will kill millions, no matter what Freysa
Well,
thinks.
well, it's funny. I do want to ask you about that because you mentioned that a number of times. Do you think she is immunocompromised, or
I, I,
is that just a ruse? And
I mean, I do think that there is something to that in the sense that, if she is a child of replicants or a child of a human and a replicant, perhaps there would be something that doesn't, that would lead to a faulty immune system. But I, perhaps it's just a ruse for her protection. But ultimately, I kind of feel like whether it is or whether it isn't, ultimately she has been sealed off from the world to, in to protect her from either the very real possibility of being infected or just the idea that, to protect her from the fact that she's one of the most consequential beings on Earth right now. And the fact that she doesn't know, but that she believes that she can't leave this room is so heartbreaking for her. But that doesn't mean that she's lost that chance at connection, because ultimately she gets it when she reunites with her father, and that's why it's so emotional. And then the fact that Kay, that is his gift to her after she gave him this memory, and then he, that is his gift to Deckard when Deckard asks him at the end, "Why are you doing this? What am I to you?" And Kay just smiles and says, "Go be with your daughter." Oh man, that hits you with the force of 1,000 hammers, because he ultimately made his decision that, like, this was the act that was worth dying for. And and it might mean not as much in the grand scheme of things. I don't know if Dr. Salim will be found by the revolutionaries and raised up as their figurehead. I kind of think not. I kind of hope not. I kind of hope that she and Deckard get to just go off somewhere and be a father and a daughter and leave all of this else behind. And Kay made that happen.
I really hope that if we get any reference to her in Blade Runner, I think it's 2099.
Yeah.
I believe. I hope it'll just be like, yeah, this girl was supposed to lead a revolution and she just up and disappeared. Like that is like the hope for her. But no. God, see, now I just want to jump right and talk more Deckard stuff, but let's put a pin in that for a second, because the next scene I want to talk about, of course, after that scene, Kay's picked up and, he's a mess. He fails his baseline. All that is, rich stuff, but I really want to talk about what comes after that when he returns home, and I'm going to blush a little bit here, but let's talk about the scene with Joy as well as Mariette, who comes in, and it's, you might as well, when she opens the door and shuts, you might as well cue the bow chicka bow wow music. No, but what follows is one of the most beautiful scenes that I've ever. And I love the way they do it. Of course, I'm referring to, this is Joy sees an opportunity to actually be intimate with Kay, and so she has brought Mariette here so that they can sort of in a very technical way sync up. And yeah, and one of the most visually interesting threesomes in cinema history. But yeah, no, it's easy to joke about it, but actually, this is an incredibly beautiful and tender scene, and I just love the way that they did this with the kind of phasing in and out of the two actresses of sometimes it's it's Joy with Mariette's hair, and then like when you know, they walk around Kay, then you see more of Mariette, and you know, it's just, and then the way that sometimes the hands are out of sync with each other, and it's just so beautiful the way it's done, and so beautiful, sad in a way, but also very happy, and you know, and then of course the next morning when, and again, it's like this, they should all be in it together, but there's Mariette taking a dig at Joy, saying, I've been inside you, not so much there as you think. And you're just like, oh, yeah, you don't need to be like that. And but yeah, it's so it's just this incredible marriage between like all these wonderful emotions that we as the audience are feeling, but also like something that's so visually unique that I don't think we've ever seen, you know, in film before. In a lot of ways, it is reminiscent of a similar scene in the film Her, which I don't know if you've seen that, but it puts its own unique spin on this with the visuals that it employs. And yeah, I love this scene.
Yeah, no, it is a very striking and unique and beautiful, love scene. And the emotional dynamics that are in play with it are what make the scene, the unique and special visuals of Joy syncing up with Mariette, and like the two different sets of hands framing Kay's face. That would have been just like striking. But when you think about like all that's going on here, Kay essentially having had his world rocked by the revelation, or the supposed revelation at this time, that he is in fact, the child of Deckard and Rachel, and now is going to be hunted. And Joy wanting to, as she says, like knowing he's been going through this because she's been, his confidant for this. What she wants to do is she says, I want to be real for you. And Kay responds in very kind of beautiful and heartbreaking fashion, you are real to me. But she knows that there are certain things that she can't do, that she hasn't been able to be physically intimate with him. And she recognized, as she says, when Kay had that earlier interaction with Mariette, and she's like, you liked her, I could tell. And she's not like angry at him for it. She just is like, I understand. She can give you something that I can't, but I would give it to you if I could. And this is the best way I know how. And so she takes this opportunity, and that Mariette and Kay like kind of go through with it as well. Is like, it becomes a very striking emotional release. But at the same time, at the end, you can see that like Joy still feels like the sadness at the end when she tells Mariette the next morning, like, I'm done with you, you can go. And Mariette kind of gives her that jab about there not being as much there as you think. And of course, Mariette has her own agenda because she's actually one of Frasia's revolutionaries and is there to plant the tracker on Kay. And good thing she does. But
which, by the way, time out just to say, like, what a great job Mackenzie Davis does in this movie as Mariette. She's great. We haven't really talked about her much, but when she makes her entrance earlier in the movie, it's very reminiscent of Daryl Hannah in the original film. And so, yeah, I thought she had a great character. And yeah, I don't like the jab she takes at Joy, but otherwise, I actually think she's she's a good person. I love the look that she gives after, in the later sequence when Fraser says, "Oh, you thought it was you," and and there's a look of like, it cuts to her and this sort of taken aback look of, and so I just love her reactions, throughout the film. So I think she does a great job, and so I think the fact that they really built up her character well pays off in this scene, which is just so beautiful and so it is sort of heartbreaking. Just the next morning, there is this kind of I think Joy doesn't really know how to feel about the whole experience, because on the one hand, you can tell she's very happy to have gotten to share that with Kay. On the other hand, it's like she's telling the other woman to get out. And
Yeah,
so, yeah.
and I think it's because, like, the heightened emotion of the moment has passed, and now she's kind of having a little bit of like regret that it had to come to this specifically, especially because I do think she feels a little bit jealous of Mariette, knowing that
Yeah.
Kay probably does have a physical attraction to her. And even though Mariette has another agenda, like, she actually seems to like Kay too. And like the intimacy that she shows him after they rescue him in that scene with Freysa before the big revelation, like, it seems very real. Like, she's touching his face very gently. And of course, Kay has lost Joy at this point. But what's great, what we can see is that clearly Kay, he saw that as an intimate encounter with Joy, when the way that they talk afterwards, and he kind of has that little joke of like coffee, and that's kind of what breaks the tension. And
when she smiles there, that makes me smile watching that, because it's reassurance to her that for him, that night was about the two of them. And
and it's also emotionally underscoring the fact that, again, at this point, Kay thinks that he's a real boy, in the sense that he thinks he's actually was born from this union with Deckard and Rachel. So he this is kind of like part of him, like, discovering that humanity. And the beauty of it is that even though we ultimately learn that no, he was not, the child, the lost child. It's the discovery of humanity in this scene, like this intimacy that he had for the first time in his life, is still very real. It does still hold its power, and that's why it's so devastating when ultimately Joy is lost to him forever. Because this is when she tells him in the scene, when he realizes that he's going to have to go on the run, that I want to come with you, and you need to essentially delete me from the console. And the idea of him being a real boy, and when he tells her, I can't do that, if anything happens to this emanator, you're gone. And she's like, yes, like a real girl. Oh man, that is such a good moment for Ana de Armas.
Yeah, and God, like, yeah, how can you say that that this woman is just is only programmed and nothing more? Like, there's so much more there. And going back to Mariette's line about not so much there as you think, my reaction to that line has always been like, yeah, but if she thinks there's more, then does it matter if there really is? Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of get it from Mariette's perspective, in the sense that, she is herself a replicant. She is a second-class citizen in many ways, and she's also like a sex worker. And she kind of has that jab at Kay earlier in the movie, during their earlier interaction, when she's like, "Oh, you don't like real girls, do you?" But obviously he does. But it's the fact that I think she kind of is like in this position where she sees that, like, oh, this hologram thinks she's one of us, like, and she's a little, and it's not a great moment for her character. But
well, yeah, but the irony of that is so unbelievable. Just but that's also what makes it understandable. It's like, as replicants themselves are second-class citizens, you'd think that would make them more compassionate to other kinds of life forms, but actually it just ends up making them want to stake their own claim in their being real. And then there are people underneath them, which it's unfortunate, but also understandable. So it's, yeah. Once again,
very
showing that a lot of people in this story have lots of room to grow. Yeah. So the next sequence that I really want to dive into is, follows on this sequence where they go and they find out where, where the horse, originated from, and it leads. There's only one place that dirty, and of course, it would be Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Which by the way, I love the cameo by maybe I was
Barkhad Abdi.
Yeah.
This is
AKA I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain.
Everybody knows him from Captain Phillips, but he has a great little role here.
Yeah.
Which just goes to show, like he should have a lot more. Maybe I've just missed some of the stuff that he's done, but I feel like I'd like to see him in more stuff. But anyway, so that leads them to go to Vegas, and after the scene that we've talked about a lot, where Love is trying to track him down, and the scene between her and Joshi, which has a great cap on it, which is after she's killed Joshi, and she brings her head back up to stand on the thing, and then just drops her. I mean, you were talking before about the humor and that's present in this movie.
That is a delightful,
disturbingly
note of
funny.
Dark.
Oh, I can't hear you, Jared.
I was going to say, that is a delightful note of dark humor.
Oh, I've lost your sound.
Oh, okay. Here, maybe I can come out.
This is on my end. I don't think so. I can't hear you.
All right, I'm gonna hop out of the studio and then come back.
You want to try ducking? Yeah. Oh well, we'll hold on for a second. But yeah, hopefully Jared will get that sorted out because I still definitely want to talk with him about. Jared?
Did that fix it?
I can't hear you.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh no. What are we gonna do? If there is any if any of our viewers can let me know if you can hear Jared, and if this is just on my end, or if or if you guys can't hear him either. Let me know, because that'll because I'd hate to be telling him that he's got no sound coming through and it's all on my end.
Here, maybe I'll try it one more time to try to hop out and then.
I don't know. It's going to be hard to troubleshoot. It's going to be hard to troubleshoot this with Jared if I can't hear him. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's interesting then.
Yeah, guilty.
Hey, Jared. So maybe it is me. Try saying some more stuff.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, shoot. Try saying something again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, well, this is interesting. I have absolutely no idea what's happened. I evidently don't have any audio. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna try and fix this. I just lost my camera shot too. um, okay, well. Tell you what. Why don't you talk for a couple minutes, Jared, and I'm going to actually try restarting my computer.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right. I guess one of the scenes that I'll just, and if you guys can't hear me, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll just be talking, into the void. I wanted, with one of the scenes that we were kind of backing up to, was the idea that with Kay now believing that he is the son of Deckard and Rachel, and that he has this kind of special destiny. When he goes to see Deckard in Las Vegas, that it makes their dynamic much more interesting, because as John had mentioned, there's kind of an undercurrent where Kay at this point essentially believes that Deckard is his father, but he doesn't quite come out and just like put that revelation to him right away. He almost tries to sound him out, and he's asking, he tells him, I want to ask you some questions. But what the questions he asks are about basically the nature of Rachel, what was she like? And then also, like, why did you not try to find your child? And because there's almost a resentment and an anger here, like it's not necessarily a moment of joy for him. And it's the idea that if he is this lost child, why did you give me up? Why did you, send me on this, lead me to believe I was something that I was not? Why did you, essentially make me into this creature that I am, a Blade Runner that hunts his own kind? And I kind of think, oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Well,
good.
I have no idea what happened.
Well, I'm glad we fixed it. I was worried because we were, cutting right off in the middle right there. But what I was just talking about while you were resetting the computer is the idea of when Kay goes to see Deckard, it's an interesting dynamic that he doesn't, even though at this moment he believes that Deckard is his father, he doesn't come out with that revelation right away. He's much more like challenging him with the idea of, if you loved your child, why did you give him up? And there's almost like an undercurrent of anger and resentment there. And when Deckard mentions that, like, because that was the plan, everyone had their part, mine was to leave. He never even got to meet his child. We don't even know if he knows if he had a son or a daughter. He just, but he made that sacrifice. And the line of sometimes to love someone, you have to be a stranger. And then Kay kind of mockingly almost toasts him to strangers as he walks away. It's a fascinating that they chose to play the dynamic that way rather than have Kay just come out and basically like, I believe I am your son. And of course it preserves the reveal for later, but it makes their dynamic much more fraught, and it makes their later revelation when, as Deckard says, to him in the second to last scene, why are you doing this? Who am I to you? And Kay's little smile there is very much like, I believed you were my father, but now I know that you are in fact Dr. Stoline's father, Anna's father, and I don't need to tell you any of that because that's not what's important right now. What's important is that you get to be with your child, and that's really kind of the culmination of his arc.
Don't worry, he'll be able to tell him after he wakes up from his little nap.
Oh yes, no. The screenwriter has explicitly confirmed that yes, Kay dies at the end when he lays down the steps, which I think is fitting.
No, so backing up a little bit, I mentioned before about one of my favorite, uh, moments in this movie is that cut from, Love looking at the view screen to then, you know, the big, exclamation point of the music cutting to this wide shot. It's just, for me, it's such an iconic image. Um, and I remember going to see. I saw this movie 4 times in the cinema, and and I remember just looking forward to this moment on each of my subsequent viewings of the film, because it really does feel like the movie just amps up to a whole nother level at this point. And then just the way it takes its time with Kay slowly walking into the hotel um, and again, like, it has to be said, one of the things that is so great about this movie is how at ease it is with its very deliberate pace. Which again maybe is why it's like, yes, it could have had a better advertising campaign, but it was. This is not a movie that was ever going to, I think, become a box office sensation, and Warner Brothers should have known that, um, but it's good for us that they didn't, and just the way that Harrison Ford steps out of the shadows, with his Treasure Island quotation, and it's just so quiet and so just it really does feel like, and part of me wonders, speaking of the advertising, if like they never could have gotten away with this because it would have made even less money. But and this was mentioned earlier in the chat, but one wishes that they could have gotten away with uh, keeping Harrison Ford's return a complete secret, which you never could have done that in a million years. But you just imagine if an audience doesn't know that Harrison Ford is actually in the film, and to have this entrance just would have been amazing. uh, and yeah, it's I think it's one of, I keep using all these superlatives for this movie, but I think it is one of the best entrances, into any film. And it's so great because and to be clear, I think Harrison Ford is great in the original film, but there is something for me about, and certainly I grew up with younger Harrison Ford and, like, Star Wars and Indiana Jones and stuff. But the Harrison Ford that I really knew growing up was like the fugitive Harrison Ford, that's older Harrison Ford who's, been through some shit.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of joy. It brought a lot of joy, no pun intended, for me to see, older, grittier Harrison Ford, enter this film as Rick Deckard, um, because I always found him kind of an emotionally distant character in the original film, and he's not in this. That you can see the weight of all the experiences that he's been through and the loss that he's endured, and that this is a guy who, as Wallace says later on, you know, you know, um, was able to, keep himself devoid of secrets, and all it cost him was everything.
Yep.
And it's just, and you get that sense with this performance from Harrison Ford, and so, and yeah, like I said, I love older, gruffer Harrison Ford. It's just a lot of fun to watch. And I watch him in this scene where once they finally sit down to talk, which we're skipping over the the big scene in the hall with Elvis, and and the dancers, all the holograms, which is another Roger Deakins tour de force. But But when they actually sit down to talk, and his line delivery, and just when Kay says, you meet your own kid, why not? And the way he just says, because that was the plan. And he says we were being hunted. It's just, he's so good. And like, I loved him in Force Awakens when he came back for Han Solo, but you can tell how much he cares about Blade Runner and Rick Deckard, because he puts every ounce of himself into this performance. And again, talking about the Oscars, I wish he had been nominated for Best Supporting Actor, because I think he would have been more than deserved. So yeah, he's just riveting to watch here.
Yep, Harrison Ford is sadly underappreciated by the Oscars, only has one nomination in his entire storied career for Witness back in 1985. And I totally agree with what Eric says here, is that Deckard, as we alluded to, the movie kind of doesn't answer and kind of, in fact, teases again the whole, is Deckard a human or a replicant question. But part of the point of the movie is that, like, those lines have blurred, and the emotions that he is feeling are clearly very real and very human. And whether or not he is a replicant, as if he was, as Wallace says, like, designed to fall for Rachel, that is, if he were designed, which is just a delicious bit of irony there.
Yes.
But
no.
Yeah. I
just love how Wallace is teasing the audience there. Yeah. Which is as close as this movie comes to breaking the fourth wall, and I love it.
Yeah, and I do like that they don't confirm it, but ultimately the emotions that Deckard is feeling are incredibly raw, because as you said, he's lost everything. Like, he never even got to meet his child, and that was always the plan. And he presumably knows that, like, Rachel died giving birth to this child, and so the child itself, himself or herself, is very much just almost an idea in his mind. But he loves the child anyway, even though he never got to meet him or her. And when the venom in which he, like, spits the lines, like, because we were being hunted, I didn't want my child found, dissected. And, like, you can tell he just has such contempt for the people who would do this, out of greed and selfishness, that it wasn't even a question for him that he would, make this sacrifice. But it still was devastating for him. Who knows how long he's been living here by himself. And even though Gaff has that line earlier where he's like, I think he finally got what he wanted, to be alone, that's not what he actually wanted. He wanted to be with Rachel. He wanted to be with his child. But
I do. Well, also that's a very pointed thing that Gaff is saying, because he's basically saying, leave him alone, you sheep, because he's made the little Oregon.
Which again, that's Gaff's only scene, but it could almost feel extraneous. But I think you're right. That is the point: is that he's trying to say, don't look any deeper into this. But who knows? And of course, he actually isn't alone, because he's got his trusty dog there that he's feeding whiskey from the bottle.
And I love that, because that also is really poking the audience when Kay says, "Is it real?" and Deckard goes, "I don't know. Ask him." But I mean, the feeling you do get after this movie is I think this movie kind of settles the fact that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, whether he is or he isn't. But also the fact that even if he technically is, it doesn't change the fact that Deckard is, like, the most human person in this, not only in, like, in the cast, but in this world. Actual biological, like, origins really don't even matter. Deckard, by his whole persona and attitude really is like the most human person in the entire world.
Yeah.
I just love like watching like, you know, old gruff Harrison Ford, like, um, laying all those punches. Okay. It's just, it feels like so quintessentially like, in a movie that has so much of the new going on. Like Harrison Ford is so wonderfully retro in the best possible way.
And he's got good taste in music too. And
Yeah.
when he says, I like this song," for the "Can't Help Falling in Love with You," and you know what? It's not the greatest, life to be living, but it's fun to catch up with him here because, like, how could he have been reintroduced? And in fact, it's like, well, he's been getting drunk on millions of bottles of whiskey while hiding in the ruins of what had been Las Vegas. I'm like, yeah, I can buy that. That tracks with the character that I remember from the original. But
Yeah,
ultimately,
when he says that, yeah, it's the fact that he's been reading. It says not much else to do around here.
no.
Many's the night I dream of cheese. Yeah, no, it's so good. Yeah, no, that is, and that's also totally me. It's like I'm pretty far removed from Rick Deckard as a person, but when it comes to like if I'm isolated somewhere, with nothing to do but stay put, yep, I'm gonna be reading everything in sight. Might not be drinking the amount of whiskey that that he's drinking, but the reading I can get behind.
Yeah, I sadly I don't know if the apocalyptic ruins of Las Vegas has orange juice. They may not have kept that in stock. Um,
But also, I do want to say, like, what is so incredible about this entire sequence, like, and especially those opening shots when, you know, uh, he hasn't gone into the city yet, but he's, having like, his little, apparatus on the car going through and getting video images, like, and then later on when we see, um, you know, Love and the other ships coming in to get them. Um, Even though actually this was the sequence where they actually used CGI as opposed to the earlier set stuff in the movie, they used a lot of models, um, which I just adored. I loved hearing about that when this movie was coming out and about all the model work they did. But for this sequence, there was actually predominantly, I think, CGI was used. But what is wonderfully old school about this sequence is that Las Vegas was designed. This version of Las Vegas, they brought in Sid Mead to design it. And so I think this sequence, more than any other, really feels like classic Blade Runner. And yeah, it's just like the visuals are just off the charts amazing. And and like I said, I just love all those shots of Kay slowly walking into the hotel, and there's such a great sense of space, and and again when they go into the room with all the holographs, and you know I love the way it's like it gets turned on, but it's been so long since they've actually since that stuff has been turned on that it sort of takes a while to fully activate. And the way that Roger Deakins uses light and in this scene, and it's one of the like big standout scenes cinematography wise for this movie, and there's a lot of great cinematography moments throughout this film. He more than earned that Oscar after 14 nominations.
yeah, I like, I really wish Roger Deakins had earned more Oscars in the past for some of his other great work. But like the moment I saw this movie, I'm like, if they don't reward him for this, then they just hate the poor guy. And clearly they did not, because they've rewarded him a second time since. But yeah, like this is just like manifestly superlative work. And the use of lighting and shadows, particularly in this fight scene in the the staged area, but also like just the shot of like when Kay is going through through the through the hotel, and then he sees the silhouette of the dog, and then that's when Deckard, emerges. Like that dog, like that looks terrifying just in that scene. I kept thinking the dog was going to attack him, but ultimately,
every time I see this movie, I incorrectly remember the dog is growling in that shot.
Yeah.
And I'm always surprised that he never does, because he's just a sweet dog.
Well, I mean, he also may be slightly drunk, as Eric says. Whiskey can't be good for dogs, But for that dog, it's always 5 o'clock, because Deckard is clearly keeping him well libated. But yeah, it's and the shot of like him discovering like the bees, and that being like the evidence that there's life in this supposedly deserted place that nobody lives, and the patience that the sequence takes to build up to what we know we're going to get with Deckard, it makes it all feel that much more.
Yeah, I do remember the one thing that I had heard about this movie was that obviously that Harrison Ford would be in it, but everything coming out about this movie, like beforehand, just kind of showed Harrison Ford in in Vegas in the hotel and stuff. And I was like, is he just going to be in one scene in the movie? And is that like all there's going to be of Harrison Ford? But I just remember being so pleased and surprised that once and to be clear, he's only in like a couple actual scenes, but they're big scenes. And so once he enters the movie, he's a major part of it. Like, this isn't just some quick cameo and it's done. Like, after this sequence, he's taken by love, and and taken back to Wallace, and that is like the other scene that I really wanted to talk about. And then I also want to fit in some time for the big showdown, at the end of the film. But the scene between Deckard and Wallace is so chilling. And again, like, as great as Harrison is in that scene with him and Kay, he's even better here. And again, freaking Roger Deakins just rocking it with the shadows, where like Deckard's face keeps getting like covered in shadow, and then lit up again. And just when when he hears Rachel's voice, when Wallace plays the recording, just the love in his face. Which, by the way, I have to say, like, this movie only enhances the original film for me, because just the emotion that Harrison Ford delivers with, both hearing Rachel's voice and also when a certain character reappears in a few minutes. It just adds so much to the emotional sort of context of their relationship. So now when I go back and I watch the original film and I watch those two characters together, you can feel, what's to come later on down the line. And I think it just places, everything emotionally into a whole new context. Wallace is a monster. And it's funny to say that here's a guy who actually saved the human race, as you mentioned earlier, but yeah, he's a monster. There's like He's even holding up Rachel's skull.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
talking about the biblical connections that Wallace loves to cite when he talks about, and God remembered Rachel and opened her womb, which is a reference to the biblical story of Rachel and how she was barren, and then God ultimately did allow her to have children. And of course, Wallace himself, seeing himself basically as God, is kind of laying it on thick there that, like, this is the gift that I can give to them all if I can only uncover this secret. And but he is acting very much like the devil in this scene, because he is essentially offering Deckard a devil's bargain of, well, if you will give me this information freely, I will restore something to you that you have lost. And we're there. We can just say it. The Sean Young cameo in this movie was another moment that I was just absolutely floored by, because I had at this point resigned myself to the idea that she wasn't going to be in it, and then for them to save her for this moment, even though it's not the Rachel that we knew from the original Blade Runner, very poignantly, because that character is gone, and as Eric calls out, Deckard knows it's not her, because her eyes were green. But in that moment when he sees her, is just, again, one of Harrison Ford's best acting moments, because it's very much like seeing a ghost. And
can I just be clear? Like, I think that, and they took so long working on this scene.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember like how long. I think I heard that they spent, like, visual effects wise, they spent like an entire year on, on this sequence, and you can really tell. I will say maybe some other people were able to tell that, that there was CGI involved, but my reaction when I saw this scene was like, oh, they got a Sean Young lookalike. Someone who looks like her. I genuinely thought this was completely just an actress that they found that looked like her when she was young. So when I found out that there actually was some visual effects trickery involved here, I was like, you are shitting. They did a really great job.
Yeah, no, it is. I know that the digital de-aging technology is controversial, and for many good reasons, but this is honestly one of the best uses of it that I've ever seen. Not just in terms of the quality of the work, but then also the way it's narratively, being deployed, because it is essential for the function of the story, that it not be like the Rachel who she had grown up and gotten to live, and been aged like Deckard is now. It has to be the Rachel as we saw her in 1982 in the original Blade Runner, because that is the kind of the devil's deal that that Wallace is offering him. She's basically like an angel born again, and so it needed to be her, from like the original movie. And frankly, I didn't remember that her eyes were green. I was like, it looks so perfect. But the fact is that that's one of the reasons it's so essential, is because Wallace put all this work into creating this perfect replica, and it's not good enough because
actually, I'd have to go back to watch the original, because I think I've heard maybe from interviews that, like, that's actually not true, that her eyes weren't green, but that Deckard says that just because it's not, it's not her.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The original Blade Runner, the way it's shot, I find it kind of hard to tell what exact pigment Rachel's eyes are. Even though there is the scene where you're looking directly into her eyes.
I mean, either way, it's, it works beautifully, and that line is, whatever the truth, that line is meant to convey, no, that's not her. It's not good enough, and you're not going to you know, yeah, you're not going to get me with this tactic. But yeah, it's such a beautiful scene, and then so brutal what follows when he walks away from her and Wallace has Love shoot her in the head. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, Wallace is talking in this scene about you were designed to fall for her. That is, if you were designed. And part of the tragic irony there is that this version of Rachel was like the original Rachel. It's been heavily implied in the original Blade Runner was essentially created in many ways to design to fall for Deckard, and this is, and that's part of her revelation about her true nature. And this version of Rachel, the new updated version, that is also what she is designed to do. And so when she asks him, like, don't you love me? Like, if there's a pleading note in her voice, because that is essentially her purpose. And without it, she is going to be discarded. And Deckard knows that, unfortunately, when he, says he's not going to take this deal and turns away. He knows he's signing the death warrant of this replicant, and that when you can just see him flinch when Love walks up and shoots her in the head, a very brutal sequence. Because I mean, this version of Rachel didn't choose to be created. She was created for this very specific purpose, and Wallace being so willing to discard her because that was clearly her only utility to him is a part of the evidence of his, evil.
God. Yeah, I do want to jump back just a second, and I'm just looking at the dialogue right here too, because I don't want to skip over it before Rachel actually comes into the scene, when when we're being teased with the is Deckard a replicant or isn't he, and Wallace says, did it never occur to you that is why you were summoned in the first place, designed to do nothing short of fall for her then and there, all to make that single perfect specimen? That is, if you were designed, love or mathematical precision? Yes, no. And then again, with the shadow coming and going from Deckard's face and all that emotion in his face, and he just starts to break down. He says, I know what's real. That moment, it may be my favorite moment of acting that I've ever seen from Harrison Ford. I just, it breaks my heart every single time, and the fact that a moment like that can double as being so emotionally resonant while also signaling to the audience that desperately been clamoring for an answer for years, like, no, you're not getting an answer because it doesn't matter. The fact that it could do both that, but also be so emotionally true to that moment and that character, and what he's going through, and what matters to him, and his entire existence, and and the love that he had for Rachel. It's just, I watch it, I'm like, man, this is why Harrison Ford is one of our, not only one of our greatest movie stars, but one of our greatest actors.
No, it's an outstanding performance, and very very subtle in the intonations of the voice and the way he modulates his breathing, and it's honestly like the reason that this scene and Deckard's presence in the movie like hits as hard as it does, because otherwise, like, he could have just been part of like the ongoing mystery, but this makes you feel the cost that this man has gone through in his entire life, and now his decision to give up his child and, the loss of the love of his life, you feel all that and see all that on his face in this scene. And when Wallace is kind of like mocking him with the idea of like, I would threaten you, but I know you love pain. So more joy then. And I will give you this deal. Even though Deckard just told him, I know what's real, Wallace is basically telling him, prove it. Prove to me that you are actually as committed to this as you say you are. And he is, even though I'm sure part of him is tempted, but as he says, he knows what's real. And this Rachel, well, she is, a very real, being standing before him. She is not the Rachel that he loved. That woman is gone, and unfortunately always will be.
Which then leads to Wallace saying that off-world, I have many ways of making you talk, and which then takes us into it's. I was going to say I was going to cut straight to our big action climax, but that's leaving out a pretty big scene that happens in between, which is Kay, after after his encounter with the revolutionaries, is walking through the city and comes upon the giant billboard version of joy, and that's and what this says to him is very complicated. The fact that she goes, "You look lonely. I can help. You look like a good Joe," which is, of course, the name that his joy, gave to him. And so it's really heartbreaking, because I think that sort of sends a signal to him about the true nature of joy, which I don't know is entirely, the true picture, but at this point he's so low, like, I think it's just sort of the hammer on the nail that, that just breaks his heart, but also it's a rallying cry as well, because he realizes that he wants to devote, his final act to something that is completely real.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just such a, like, from a filmmaking perspective and cinematography, like, it's just, it's staggering, and it's pretty much the most famous image from the entire film. And but what Kay is going through in that moment is just you just want to give him a big hug.
Yeah. Yep. Poor guy has had a rough couple of days. But this scene being perhaps the single most famous shot from the entire movie, but underscored by the raw emotion of Kay's tortured emotional state in that moment. I'm glad you brought up essentially the fact that it takes place right after the Wallace scene with Deckard and the replicant Rachel, because when I originally watched this scene, I did wonder if this scene was meant to undermine what we had seen between Kay and Joy, and the idea that, like, no, it actually was all programming. But the whole idea of, like, I know what's real, I think that's actually the point. I think the idea is that Kay is mourning kind of what he's lost. He's lost the belief that he, that he could be this, this child of prophecy. He's also lost joy, and seeing this reminder of her is kind of a mirror to Deckard's own conflict, in the sense that, yes, Kay could theoretically go out and get himself a replacement version of joy, but it wouldn't be her. It wouldn't be the version that he actually was in love with. And I think that is the actual message that the scene's trying to send, that he knew what was real, what he had with Joy was real, and that joy is gone and cannot be replaced, but he can still fight for something that is real and die for it if need be. And that's what he ultimately decides
Good.
to do.
I like your read on the scene better, because there is a very, there's definitely a more cynical, read you can make of the scene, and that's never sat well with me. And I like your takeaway of it better.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like we had talked about Joy's evolution. I think there are parts of her that were set programming, like the fact that she uses the name Joe. I can believe that, like, that is something that's programmed into every version of Joy that exists. That she would use that as the pet name for her, for the man who buys her. But that the Joy that we saw throughout most of the movie, when she decided to use that to give, Kay his real name, when they thought that he was, essentially a real, child of woman born, that was not like a cynical moment. Like, she was doing that as like an earnest act of love in that scene. And this holographic version that's basically beautiful as it is there to sell, sell a replacement version to him. That she doesn't have that, because that hasn't been her experience. But for Kay, I think he does recognize that, like, it was real, and he's feeling that loss, especially now that he has been tasked by Freysa. She basically told him, what you have to do now is you have to go kill Deckard, because we can't let this secret come out. We can't allow Wallace to be led back to me. And I'm picturing Wallace and basically enacting his fantasy voice. I don't even know who you are. But the point is that he ultimately doesn't decide to do that because, and we talked at length about the fact that, like, the movie almost promises the idea of phrases like, we are building an army, and then all of these replicants, come out of the shadows. And you could have envisioned a third act of the movie where Kay realizes, yes, I will fight with you, I will help you, lead this uprising. But ultimately, he's like, no, not only am I not going to, fight with you in your army, not only am I not going to do what you explicitly tasked me to do and kill Deckard, I am going to save him. And then I'm going to reunite him with his daughter. Although he does die after a fashion, as he says, which is what allows him that freedom. But yeah.
Which takes us to this awesome scene where Kay, goes after the transport, which, is carrying both Love and Deckard to, as she says, home. I don't think Deckard would agree with that. And this is just, I'm going to use this as another opportunity to talk about the work of Benjamin Wallfisch and Hans Zimmer, because the score all over the scene is amazing. It's so beautiful, so tense, so, like, I mean, the story to the whole film, it's just like it casts this dreamlike quality, over everything. And here it's just, yeah, I don't have any more superlatives to, to use about it. But I just love it, because so much is just the score and the visuals and, and the action. And I love the fact that this film concludes with a, a one-on-one fight. Which is so great. Like, it's so much more interesting than some big battle scene between replicants and humans, and, and whatever else, could have existed in an alternate reality version of this movie that was more concerned with the revolution. The fact that, Kay knocks the, ship out of the sky, and, we're brought face to face with, like, earlier in the movie, they were flying by the waterfall, and, and stuff, and the dam, and we're brought right there, and the ship goes into the water and it's filling up, and just the way Kay is marching towards it, shooting, and then love. I just love the whole choreography of the scene, just with love shooting back at him, and and the fight. It's just it's so thrilling, and Kay is distracted in that one moment, and then love knifes him in the side, and then plants the big kiss on him, and he goes, "I'm the best one," and it's so great, and then then Kay is still able to make his way to the ship, and fights love to the death, and yet, despite how vicious she's been throughout the movie, I think that her death scene, when Kay holds her under the water, it's just so tragic and heartbreaking, and the way you see her fighting for her life, until that last breath comes out of her. It's just, I mean, again, like Sylvia Hoeks, is just amazing in this movie.
Yes, this is an incredibly powerful and worthy conclusion to what has been one of the best movies, ever. Honestly, it's like, because as you said, it's not the big explosive battle. It comes down to a very personal one-on-one conflict over the life of this one man, Deckard, and the fought between these two replicants who have kind of been circling each other for the entirety of the movie and have this kind of twisted relationship as well. The piece of music titled Seawall is probably the best piece of music from this movie, and the visuals are, as you said, stunning. Like the fact, you can just, the prospect of this movie's gonna end with a duel in on a raging ocean, with it by scattered lights at night, and then there's going to be a direct, it's going to come down to fisticuffs ultimately, and then the wide shots of Kay and Sylvia and Love dueling as the music is swelling and blaring, and Deckard is kind of trapped in the vehicle. It's thrilling. You realize the stakes are there, and there are the twists and turns when as I do love that, even though it's kind of twisted and sadistic of her at this point. I do love that after Love stabs Kay, she actually goes and she gives him the big kiss, before she gives him the kiss off of "I'm the best one," and it's kind of, again, this her being so emotionally immature, and she'd been having these feelings for him, but now these feelings have curdled into anger, and she basically is just wanting to prove that she is the best angel, but she also is still bound in service to Mr. Wallace, her god, effectively, and she, it is a tragic ending for her character. And Kay, unfortunately, at this point, he knows that she just needs to be put down, and the way that he does it is quite brutal.
Yeah.
I as someone who, even though I love the water and love the ocean, I've always thought drowning is one of the most viscerally terrifying ways to die, because it's, as they say in The Prestige, it actually is agony to die that way. And the fact that, he's holding her under the water and she's screaming and trying to fight her way back up to the surface, echoing what Wallace had said in one of the opening scenes, even before we know what we are, we fear to lose it. Love is fighting for her life here, and unfortunately, because of the choices that she's made, her fight, this was what she was fighting for, and her fight, she loses. And that shot of her, under the water after she has drowned, and we just kind of see her floating like a ghost in that, under the surface, is haunting in that way.
There's a great bit of performance from her as she's drowning, and what makes it so haunting is it's a simultaneous recognition that she's about to die, but also unwilling to yield in those final moments as she's getting weaker and weaker under the water, but she's still fighting, like, until that very last breath. So that's coupled with the fear of knowing that, that this is it for her. And I just, yeah, I can't say enough what a fascinating character she is, because again, she is like one of our villains in the piece, but you just I think you just can't help but love her. I mean, because of all the stuff we've been saying, because she's simultaneously like this vicious killer, but also this child who's seeking approval and just wanting to prove herself, but also being in this horrible abusive relationship. And there's just like so many facets to her character that it, again, I have to give, like, in addition to the performances in this movie, I have to go back and credit the writing of the script once again. The fact that there's so much complexity in so many of these characters, it's just astounding. And like, there's a reason why I went ahead and I bought, like, I bought each of the action figures that were released for this movie. There were 4 of them. They're about yay tall, and there were, of course, ones for Deckard and Kay, but also for Wallace and Love. The only thing that sucked is that they didn't release a Joy one, but I do have her. What do you call it? Funko Pop. But I had to have the Love action figure because she's just such an incredible character, and I like what you said about she's kind of sort of the counterpart to Roy Batty in the original, and I like that because I do think, like, all you have to do is look at her face and you can see the, just what an amazing character she is.
And so for one final time for now, we will sing the praises of Sylvia Hoeks, because, again, this is one of my, honestly, all-time favorite performances for an actor in this genre. And for it to come from an actor who I had never seen before in anything, and for her to leave this level of an impression on me, I just can't praise her highly enough. And it's the kind of thing that, like, should have hopefully made her a much bigger star. I haven't really seen her in much of anything since, honestly, unfortunately, but that makes the performance feel almost, singular in its way, and in its emotional impact.
I think that's why I come away on this viewing, like, singing her praises, perhaps, more than any others, because I feel like, out of all, like, as far as like new actors come out of this movie, she feels like the one who has yet to really, get her flowers, so to speak, because I was equally, like, mesmerized by Anna de Armas coming out of this movie, and she's the soul of the film, for me. And so when the movie came out, I couldn't shut up about how incredible she was, but she has since become this huge star. So it kind of feels like she's definitely gotten her due. It was not too long after this, that, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember what year it was. Okay. It was about 2 years after when she did Knives Out. And everybody came to know her from this. I was like, oh God, you love her in Knives Out, you got to see Blade Runner 2049. So yeah, she's definitely gotten her due, and most of the other actors are well have been well acclaimed in their own right, and so yeah, I'm waiting for Sylvia Hoeks to get, you know, some other meaty part that'll, you know, get her a bit more recognition. But then I can't imagine a better role than this. But maybe something that's a bit more recognized. Which speaking of actors, I do want to run through and just mention a couple names of people that we didn't really mention, because this movie does have a lot of characters, many characters who were just in a scene or two. I want to, Wood Harris, who is just in one scene towards the beginning. He's part of the team.
Yep.
At the police station, and he's only really in that one scene. As a matter of fact, the interesting thing is, I believe he was added to that scene after the fact, and you'd never notice. Because I think they wanted to sort of beef up the team, and that's great, because he kind of lives in that scene, but he's not in the rest of the movie. So it kind of like gives us this idea of, people sort of coming and going through the department, and he's probably got his own the thing going on separately. But I just thought it was great to see that there's sort of a team that's like, Joshi, Kay, his character is named Nandez, and also Coco, played by David. I can never get his name. Dasmalchian or something. Yep. Who unfortunately meets an pretty brutal end.
I was gonna say that's one of the more brutal deaths I've seen in a movie recently. Like, and it gives a sense of Love's brutality when she like breaks his neck essentially and leaves him there to choke on his own blood. You're like, shit. But Wood Harris, I'm glad you shouted him out, even though this is his only scene in the movie, and he unfortunately doesn't get to do quite as much, because a lot of people know him from The Wire, and he is outstanding in that show. For me personally, I will always have an emotional attachment to his character from Remember the Titans, which is, came out in 2000, and he is one of the hearts of that movie, along with the character who he plays, his counterpart in that film is, oh God, what's the actor's name? Ryan Hurst. Their relationship is just, that still makes me cry when I watch that movie. But
yeah, it's been years since I've seen the movie, but I do remember those two characters, and yeah, that's a great movie, and they had a great story. But yeah, I also want to mention the great Lenny James.
Yeah.
Who plays Mr. Cotton, the benevolent, slave owner, shall we say?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would prefer a proprietor, but yeah.
Of the orphanage. That was great, because to see him playing a rather despicable character, when I'm just used to seeing him on The Walking Dead, where he is like, even though he definitely has his dark periods throughout that show, he's also a very gentle soul, except when he has to kill. but he's such a, the character that you just love in that universe. And then to see him playing someone rather despicable here, I was like, yeah, but I still love him. But I love his sort of entrance into this, because we just hear his voice, and then we see him turn around, and it's a great shot. Like, it's like, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lenny James has a role in this movie. So yeah, I love him, even though, yes, again, a small part, but yeah. Let's see who else we got here. Obviously, we talked about Dave Bautista, just amazing. Edward James Olmos as Gaff. I love it because he was so much younger in the original film, and had it felt like he had a different presence, back then versus as he's gotten older. And so when I saw him here, I was just like, it's Admiral Adama. Yeah, and I kind of mentioned. Let's see, what's his name? Tomas Lemarquis as the Wallace Corporation file clerk. I know.
Yeah.
My mom still cries over all the lost baby pictures. Oh, that's a shame. You must have been adorable.
which is another moment of dark comedy in the movie, because maybe it wasn't the worst thing that those baby pictures were lost. Although every baby is cute in it anyway. Yeah, and then just Chaim Abbas as Freysa. Again, she's only in two scenes. I think that she does a great job with that very pivotal moment in Revelation.
A lot of people will know her from Succession.
Succession, yeah,
because she's in that. But yeah, no, she's really good here, and you can definitely see, like, you can definitely see another story unfolding that's about her leading the revolution, and and all that stuff. So, but yeah, just the cast of this movie, just absolutely incredible. Yeah. And to think, and again, to think that this cast almost included David Bowie. Just saying.
Yeah, I would have welcomed that, but I do think real life circumstances intervened, and I think Jared Leto acquits himself quite brilliantly in this role. I know people have some complicated feelings about Jared Leto for multiple reasons, and one of which being that he is, he's a very method actor, and can be a little bit more intense in some of that stuff. But, this is not Morbius. This guy gives a very real performance in this movie, and he is great.
Yeah, I know it frustrates some of my friends when I talk about the art versus the artist. I'm like, I'm perfectly fine. Anybody wants to have their issues with Jared Leto. Many of them are probably justified. But his performance as Neander Wallace is just off the charts amazing. And I'm glad the movie has that performance. Yeah, and that takes us really to the ending of the movie, where where Kay has, or Joe, I should say, has rescued, Deckard, and and takes him to see Anna, and and you talked about that exchange between, the two of them, where he says, "What am I to you?" And just that smile. He says, "Go meet your daughter." And I really do like to imagine that actually the two of them like run off together, and they just get to live a quiet life, making up for lost time. And I'll be kind of heartbroken if we hear anything to the contrary, and in the TV series that's coming up that'll take place like 50 years after the fact. But I'm kind of hoping that that'll be enough time to where that won't be a subject of conversation, and they'll have moved on to other stuff, because I want to just believe that. And actually there was, I will say, one of my friends, he had an issue with this movie. He's a very big fan of the original movie, and I think one of the reasons why he didn't like this movie was because it destroyed his his daydreaming of the fact that Rick and Rachel, went off and lived happily ever after. So it would be a similar experience for me if I heard that, anything bad befell Deckard and Anna after this movie. But that's okay. Because I'm allowed to, for my own headcanon, I'm allowed to ignore certain things. That's why I don't, I don't consider Alien 3 into the equation when I think about Alien and Aliens. But that's a conversation for another day. But just the final moments of this movie are just beyond beautiful and emotional and heartbreaking. Like I said, part of me likes to pretend that Kay just laid down for a nap, but I know that's not true. But what's so beautiful about his final moments here is the reprisal of Vangelis's theme from the original film, the music that played over Roy Batty's final moments in that film. But it is so of a piece with all the music that we've heard throughout this film that, like, it feels like an integral part of the end of this movie and the end of the score, and just the way it's so soft and delicate as he lays back, onto the stairs, and then it amps up when it cuts to inside, with the snow falling, as Anna's making her, her memories, and then as Harrison Ford walks in, and she's like, "I'll be with you in a moment." And then she goes, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" And then she slowly walks up to him, and oh God, just the look on his face, and then just so softly as he just puts his hand up and smiles at her. Oh.
Yeah, no, you had mentioned that the ending of this movie always makes you cry. Me too, honestly. It is such a beautiful and such a perfect final scene, a final pair of scenes, because Kay's ending is part of it. I think the moment that really starts to get the emotion welling up with me is when he. As he's passing the horse to Deckard, he has the line, "All the best memories are hers." And he's kind of like reconciling with the fact that, like, this memory that she gave him that became a source of hope, then became a source of trauma and grief, but now he's recognizing that ultimately it was always her memory, and this is her father, and this is what he has given his life for, the possibility that they could reunite, and he's now at peace with that. And that's part of the reason why I'm so glad that as the camera focuses on him as he's choosing to sit down on the steps, lie there, let the snow fall, appreciate it, as if for the first time, and then ultimately, yes, he does die, and I think that is a fitting end for his character, because of the refrain, "Dying for the right cause is the most human thing that we can do." And in this moment, Kay has never been, more human than making that sacrifice. But as you said, when the music swells and then it cuts from the snow outside to the snow inside, and the shot of Anna's hand as she's feeling it, because she's probably never experienced snow before. But she's still reveling in how beautiful it is, and she shares that with Deckard. And obviously, like, the implication is when she says "beautiful, isn't it?" what he's thinking is, "You're beautiful, you, my daughter, who I'm now meeting for the first time." And then when he puts the hand up on the glass, and it just, I'm actually glad in many ways that we don't see what he says to her next, or what she says to him, because it honestly feels like a moment that just belongs to the two of them. But as an ending for the movie, it's perfect.
Oh God, I'm starting to tear up just talking about it. Oh, God, yeah.
And all the more so because like Deckard had told, he had been willing to die for this cause. He had been willing to, give essentially die for the secret. And then as he tells Kay before they teach, he's like, you should have let me die out there. And Kay tells him, you did, no one will come looking for you now. But now you actually get to do something that's harder and more beautiful than dying for the right cause. You get to live. You get to live your life for your daughter. And I just thought that was perfect note to end the movie on.
Oh. Okay, well that right there counts as John Sy trademark.
Yes.
And yeah, every time it just ends on that shot and cuts to the credits, I'm so overwhelmed. And that's when I'm like, you know what, if there's people who are not vibing with this movie, who don't love it the way I do, you know what, okay, fine. But you know what, you can't take this away from me. It's just one of the most beautiful pieces of art that I've ever seen. And I'm, and it's funny because I alluded to the fact that I went to see this 4 times in the cinema, and you mentioned that you didn't want to disturb your perfect viewing, so you just went the one time. I was like, no, I've got to see this as many times as I can. And this was not like back in my teenage years when I could go see Fellowship of the Ring like 10 times in theaters. No, this was older John who if I really love a movie, I'll see it twice in the cinema. But somehow when it's a Denis Villeneuve's sci-fi masterpiece, those rules get thrown by the wayside, because I saw this in theaters 4 times, and I'm trying to remember exactly how many times I went to go see Dune Part 2. It was either 3 or 4. And maybe 4. Yeah, I think that might have been 4 too, because that had that similar feeling of like, this is never going to be the same watching it at home as it is seeing it on the big screen. And what was great about the experience of seeing Blade Runner 2049 in theaters was I did not even see it in IMAX. I just saw it at my regular theater, but it felt so enormous, even on like a standard screen. It just felt like larger than life. And we didn't even mention how this movie opens, like after that opening text, and then it opens sort of an homage to the original film with this eyeball right in the screen. And I love that we don't even really see we don't even really, just like in the original film, we really don't know, like is this a character's eye, or is it just a is that what it's meant to be, or is it just an evocative image? And yeah, it's again, the way the music opens up with this, it's just so incredible. But just seeing that image first on the big screen, something that's so close up, and then cutting to this enormous wide shot where this tiny ship is flying across the screen. It's just one of the most amazing cinematic experiences I've ever had. A few weeks ago, I talked about that experience that I had seeing Star Wars Episode 1 in theaters, which was very different because I was much younger, and different kind of movie and different kind of spectacle. But but similar in the sense of movie going experiences that you will never forget. And this was absolutely, one of those for me, and I wanted to keep that alive. So hence why I went to go see it 4 times. Um, and all I will say is I I did my best to contribute to the box office, but it wasn't. Apparently, it wasn't enough. So, oh well.
But yes, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, like I wish this movie had done a little bit better at the box office. I wish more people had seen it, but it now exists. It is now part of the world and part of the landscape of film, and it is a movie that you use the term, and I heartily agree with it. You know, this is one of those movies I consider a masterpiece. It is, you know, that doesn't mean I think it's a perfect movie, but it is such an overwhelming and astonishing achievement, particularly within the science fiction genre, but also just as a piece of art. Um, that like you were able to take the sequel to a beloved movie from 1982 and tell a story in 2017 that not only honored that legacy, but in some respects, I feel even surpassed it all. I know that may be sacrilegious to to many, but I just the overall power of the story that I felt when leaving the theater for the first time and revisiting it since is just that this is why we love these type of movies. And the fact that Denis Villeneuve took a movie within this franchise and did something completely new with it, but also honored the spirit of the original so powerfully, and then told a rich, layered, complex story with very human characters, even the ones that aren't human biologically, like, and just layered it, all these complexities in there, and then paired them with gorgeous visuals, and then reinforced those themes and brought it home to such a satisfying note. I'm like I said, I was just in awe of it, and I think that it's the reason that my love for it has continued to endure. Because I'm hard pressed to think of anything from this movie that I would, think like, oh, they could have, maybe done that a little bit better, other than maybe like an occasional, moment or shot or line of dialogue. And then I'm like, why do it doesn't matter. Like the overall experience of this is just remarkable, and that's why I think the masterpiece label is warranted, because this is the kind of movie I think stands the test of time in history. And but also it feels very personal, and I think that it will. It's hopefully over time. I just want more people to understand, how special it is, because I think it is, and hopefully always will.
Yeah, I got a little irritated the other day because I think it was on the Hollywood Reporter website, and I don't know why I clicked on it. I really shouldn't do this, but there was an article about like the best sequels from the past 20 years, and of course this was omitted, and I'm like, you dumb shits. Uh, but it's I do feel like over time this will be appreciated for the you know cinematic jewel that it is, and I have no issue whatsoever with calling this a masterpiece, because it's one of those things that we always have to say, well, no film is perfect. Yes, no film is absolutely perfect except for Amadeus. um, uh, but the question for me is always, would I change a single frame of it? And the answer is no. And so for me, you know, that's why I'm comfortable giving this the label of masterpiece. Um, and yeah, it's just I am very confident in saying, I know you've said it's a bit tougher for you, and I respect that. But like, there's been no doubt in my mind that for me, this was, this is absolutely the number one film for me of the 2010s. There's no question in my mind, and Um, yeah, I just I adore it. And real quick, I'm going to do my show and tell stuff. I do have my 4K Steelbook, which is what I watched today. But I also have the UK Blu-ray edition, which has some cool art cards inside of it. Got my soundtrack CD right here. And the last thing I want to show off is the art and soul of Blade Runner 2049, which I'm very happy to own. And what's cool about that is they've continued on with that style of books for the Dune films as well. Those are also called the art and soul of Dune, and have both of those volumes as well. Which, and it should be said that it's like this movie was the entire reason why I even had an interest in Dune at all, because I had tried in the past to read the Dune book, and I understand, that it's been a classic for many, but I always had a bit of trouble getting into it. But because they announced that it was going to be Denis Villeneuve directing it, I was just excited for that reason alone. And since the movies have come out, I have since began reading the series and read the original book, Dune Messiah, and I'm now in the process of reading Children of Dune, all thanks to this amazing genius known as Denis Villeneuve. So whether, maybe he's feeling some buyer's remorse because of how this movie was, did commercially. He's not watching this, but I will just say, sir, you are mistaken, because you created one of the greatest science fiction films of all time with this movie. So I hope he makes peace with it one day about and that he knows that this is a loved film, and yeah, I hope one day this film gets the due that it rightfully deserves.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't, I will always love it. That is my like I like to talk more about my favorite movies and the movies I love the most, rather than like the best movies, because I think ultimately all art is subjective. But I do, when I see a movie like this that I feel like was just on a technically crafted level, such a superlative achievement, I am comfortable using the term, best and masterpiece and that kind of stuff, because I think it's just manifest. And like I said, there are movies that I might have more personal love and a more personal connection for, but this is one of the great cinematic achievements I've ever seen. It is definitely one of my favorite movies ever, and I do think that as we look back on it over time, relationships to these kinds of things tend to change, but I'll always remember the reaction I had, watching this movie for the first time. And I do continue to think that as a superlative of a career as Denis Villeneuve has carved for himself, with multiple movies that I love, this remains his best.
Yeah, I just went to fetch something. I wanted to see if I still had it in the same place that it's pretty much remained for the past couple of years. And sure enough, it was right there. Let me, right on my bookshelf. Just wanted to show off my movie stub. I don't think this was necessarily the very first time I went to go see it, but it was at least the second time. And I'm going to hold on to that for a nice long time. It's been 7 years already, but I knew I would want to hold on to that. I actually also had another ticket here, which is not related to the stream, but I'll show it nonetheless. This is my Cinemark movie ticket to when I went to go see the screening of the first 2 Rings of Power episodes.
Oh, nice.
That was a lot of fun too. But yeah, so I don't think I have anything else to say. And anything else you wanted to drop in about the movie before we wrap this up?
No, I'm just glad we got to talk about it. As the fact that this was part of our revisited series. The first 2 that we've done are Pan's Labyrinth and Blade Runner 2049, and those are 2 of my all-time favorite movies. So I'm just glad that you were willing to revisit them in this context.
Oh, you really had to twist my arm. Which, by the way, that reminds me, I wish I had mentioned this right off the bat, because after 4 hours, people can be tuning out by that point. But nonetheless, if you're interested, and you really should be, of listening to my original stream, which is much shorter and abbreviated. I had a conversation about this movie in the very early days of my channel with a wonderful person who some of you may know, Emmett, aka Poor Quentin, on Twitteros. And it was pretty much my excuse to have a conversation with him, because I did know that he was a fan of the film, and these were during the early days of me feeling like I just wanted to create excuses to meet certain people in the Game of Thrones fandom. And so this afforded me that opportunity, and we had a really great 2-hour discussion about this film. He was nice enough to sort of slow down from my pace, because he's done amazing, like, Game of Thrones discussions on his channel, and just going much faster than I was accustomed to at the time, because and I still get a bit stuttery at times, but back then I was so nervous about being on camera and actually talking in front of people, that you guys watch it and my voice is even shakier. So forewarned there, but I am very proud of that early conversation, and we had a great time talking about it. So if you've decided that this isn't enough Blade Runner 2049 conversation for you, please do check that out. And yeah, I guess that's about it. Again, next week we'll be talking about Before Sunset. The week after that, we'll be tackling The Acolyte, and then further on after that, it'll be X-Men coverage with Logan, and then Deadpool and Wolverine. So looking forward to that. And then I will be on a long-awaited vacation. I'm going home to Maryland. I'm very happy about that. I'll be there for a couple weeks, and then we'll come back, and we'll I think we're going to talk about that after we wrap up here, seeing about what we might want to reorganize or whatnot, because I want to get to that Black Swan stream, so we might have to bump that up, but we'll see. So yeah, okay, now I'm just rambling. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion that this was going to be another 4-hour discussion, because it's Denis Villeneuve, and it's one of our favorite movies ever. So yeah, but I'm glad. I'm glad we took the time to dive into everything, and thank you for wanting to talk about this, Jared, because I've said it before, like, I could just talk about this movie all day long.
was very happy to do it. I knew we would go long. I'm glad it's not our longest discussion ever, but you know, it joins the ranks of our hallowed 4-hour streams on the Star Wars prequels and Oppenheimer, and you know, and that feels fitting. So,
well, the good thing
to-
is that because our discussion on Before Sunrise was, you know, back in the realm of like normal length. So I feel like next week, you know, Before Sunset should follow suit, and we can have a more down to earth, reasonably reasonable length discussion before we dive back into Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, it's actually I mean, the movie's incredibly emotionally rich. We'll have plenty of stuff to talk about, but it's actually, I think, only 80 minutes long. So
Okay.
that'll help us keep things, because this is also just a long movie in general. It's like it's a 2-hour and 45-minute movie, so there's plenty of plot mechanics to talk about in addition to all the themes. But yep, I'm happy to leave it there.
Okay, cool. Thank you for those of you who tuned in. Again, I say this week after week, but I just want to let you all know how much it means to us that you guys tune in and watch with us. Because I know we ramble on for quite a while, but in virtue of having a smaller channel, we're just content to have basically our, you know, the private movie conversations we would otherwise have, but with an audience. So, but I hope you guys all have a wonderful night, and I'm going to be off to watch House of the Dragon. So after a nice, lovely conversation, I'm going to be dragged down into the depths of depression, probably.
Big episode this week, as I hear.
So yeah, oh, by the way, you couldn't really see much of it because the camera cut off, but I do want to say I was wearing my Joy shirt today. So
Nice.
I've talked about this before. I love wearing this shirt out in public because when you get someone who like stops and says that they really like the shirt, it's like a secret handshake, because this is kind of a, you know, follows the original as being more of a cult classic. You know that if you come across someone who recognizes that it's Blade Runner 2049, like you feel a special bond with that person. So but this is a fun shirt to wear to conventions, I will say. But yeah, so that's all I have to say. And any parting words, Jared?
Just say it 3 times fast. Within cells interlinked, within cells interlinked, within cells interlinked.
And there we go. Have a great night, guys. Bye.